Welcome, everyone. It is day 3 of our National Stamping Month celebration. We're going to be doing our All the Best workshop today, All the Best Wishes workshop today. And before we get started, I just want to introduce you to a very special lady. This is Jeanette Linton. She is the founder and owner of Close to My Heart. She created this amazing company over 30 years ago, maybe 35 years ago, actually. And we are still going strong, and we're so grateful for this amazing company that she has created. And what we're going to do today is a result of that. We are so grateful. Thank you, Jeanette. Also, I want to talk a little bit about giveaways. We are going to be doing a couple of giveaways during this event. So to be entered for the giveaway, you can see this little list on your screen. You're going to want to like this video, comment, and share with your friends. So with that all said, we are going to get started on our workshop. I think you're going to love this one. It's very colorful, lots of fun things, and really good sentiments that can be used for so many different things. So let's look at what our finished products are going to look like. You can see that we've got 4 cards here, 2 slimline cards and 2 standard cards. We've got a best wishes, thinking of you, just a little note to say hello and a thank you. So like I said, things for all occasions, and such fun color combinations in these. I think you're going to absolutely love creating these cards with us. I'm going to be cutting today, but we have a couple of other people in the studio that are going to be helping us today. I want to introduce you to our president, Monica Wihangi. She's going to be making the cards with you today.
Hi, everybody. So excited. Beautiful cards.
We also have Cassidy in the studio with us today. She's going to be working on all your comments and doing a little bit of visiting and banter with us as we work.
Hit me with your Q&As, everybody.
We also have Ashley here. She's running all of our technical stuff today, our cameras, and so that you can see this. So we couldn't do it without Ashley. She doesn't have a mic over there, but she says hello. Okay, we are going to get started cutting first. Let's just look at our packet. This is the packet that you would have if you have ordered it and want to create with us. And just want to let you know that we still have these for sale, today's and the other ones that we're doing this week. So if you go to your maker's website or closetomyheart.com, click on promotions, and then there should be a link there for National Stamping Month, and you'll be able to click on that link and see all of the different products and workshops that are available that we're using today and the rest of this week. So let's take a peek at what's inside here. We've got our accessory, and I'm going to leave that in there. We have our stamp set that also has a coordinating die cut set. We call those thin cuts here at Close to My Heart. We are going to need this for cutting. We're going to be cutting some of these pieces that you see with the blue behind them. There are all your card bases and envelopes that I'm also leaving in my bag because we won't need to cut those. That way it'll just be so much easier when Monica comes up here and is looking for things. The things she needs are still in the bag. So what I'm going to do is pull out the cardstock. And as you can see, we've got some bright, fun colors going on here. This is Royal.
Ooh,
it is.
That looks good on camera.
It does, doesn't
Ooh.
it? This is one of our brand new colors this year. Then we've got Sage, which is such a pretty green. Some Peach, Evergreen, Papaya. Isn't that a great color combo? I never would have thought to put some of these together, and I just think it's such a pleasing, fun look. Then we have Toffee, and I think Toffee, and then White Daisy. So those are the colors we'll be using today as we're cutting and creating these cards. We also need a few different stamp pads that I'm just going to quickly show you because I am going to be doing the stamping portion with you after we cut, so you'll want to have them close by. Toffee, Evergreen, Sage, Royal, Peach, and Papaya. Those are the colors of inks we'll be using today. You're also going to want to have your die cutting and embossing machine close by because once we do all of our straight cuts, we'll be cutting the die cuts together. So that'll help you know what to have close by. Oh, one other thing I would suggest you have is a pencil. That way we can mark our pieces and put them in piles for project 1, 2, 3, and 4. Something else that you might want to know is that we'll be cutting for all of these cards today. But Monica is going to be creating one of each card with you today. And then you will have the knowledge and skills you need to be able to create the other 3 of each of those designs on your own. But you will today, at the end of today, if you're creating with us, have one of each card done and know exactly what you need to know for the techniques on those cards. Okay, I'm going to grab my trimmer Make sure you're doing the same thing. And we'll get ready to cut. I'm just going to turn my guide so that I am, oh, and if you have your guide with you and want to follow along, the cutting starts on page 2. And we're going to start with toffee, which is this gorgeous medium brown color in here. So I'm going to grab both of those. And if you want to do the same with me, you can see our cardstock has 2 different sides, the true color of toffee, and then the back side is a lighter shade, I guess a lighter tone, if we are technically correct, of toffee. And I'll be telling you which side you need to know. On your cutting guide, if you're following along, if the piece has, I'm going to show you what I mean, an asterisk after the number, like 1A has one right here, that means we're using the opposite side than what's listed here. So like 1A is going to be on the light side of toffee, but up here these little pieces are 4B and they are on the true side of toffee. So I'll be saying that as we're cutting and labeling so that you put your label on the side that won't show. All right, let's start with a 4 1/4 inch cut. Let's put this in our trimmer at 4 1/4. Oh, I'm cutting with my light side up. I was supposed to cut with my dark side up. It's okay. We can make it work. Then we need to cut 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. This is the exact size as a standard card. And so these will be covering your card base. Then with this little guide that we have here, we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 1/4 inch. So when I'm cutting something that's an inch or less, I always cut with it lined up on this other side of the blade. It's just easier for me. So that's how I'll be doing it. I'm just going to line that up at 1/4 inch. And then I'm going to do that again. Just getting it straight there. I find that when I pull toward myself, it's easier for me to keep a skinny piece straight in my trimmer. We could get the other 2 1/4 inch pieces that we need out of this one, but we have enough paper to do it over there so that we don't have to try and cut too skinny of a piece, which is nice. So I'm just going to leave these guys right here, and then I'm going to bring in this next piece, the big piece we have left, and we're going to do that exact same thing again. Put a 4 1/4, 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. Also, I wanted to mention that these cards were designed by one of our makers. Her name is Pamela Blackwell. She's a Texas maker for Close to My Heart. So Pamela, thank you for these beautiful designs. And it's really fun. We sometimes have our makers help us by designing workshops. We're doing 2 more of these 1/4 inch cuts, just like we did on the last big piece. All right, that's everything we need to cut out of this first piece of paper. So I'm just going to take my scraps and put them in a leftover pile. And then we're going to start labeling these. These 4 pieces we're going to use on the light side, which means we'll want to turn them on the dark side to label them. And they are all 1As. You will have 4 of every single piece we cut today because, like we said at the beginning, we're making 4 of each of those 4 cards. Well, that's what this workshop makes. We're making 1 of each card, but you will have everything ready to make the other 3. So I've got those all labeled with 1A, and I'm going to start a stack for project 1 that I'm just going to add to as we label. These 4 skinny strips we are using on the dark side. So we're going to label them on the light side with 4B. And I'm going to add those to, or begin a stack for project 4. All right, we're going to grab our other toffee cardstock. This time I'm going to cut it with the dark side up like it tells me to. We're going to go to 8 1/2 inches. I already came to the party with ink all over my fingers from working in the studio all morning. So excuse my blue fingers. Then we're going to do 3 pieces that are 3 1/2 from that piece. So these are going to be 8 1/2 by 3 1/2, which is the exact size of a slimline card base. So you can tell that these are going to be on the front of your card bases for a slimline card. We have 3 pieces that are 3.5 by 8.5. This piece that is on the trimmer is a leftover piece. And the piece that we have right here is 3.5 inches wide. So we're going to turn it the long way and line it at 8.5. And then this little square is left over. These 4 pieces that we just cut are 3A, and we're going to be using them on the dark side. So turn them to the light side and get them labeled with 3A. Start a stack for project 3. Now the next piece we're going to grab is our peach cardstock. You have two colors of cardstock in here that are in the orange family. The peach is the lighter of the two. The other is called papaya. So this is the one we want. You have 1 sheet of this. We're going to cut this with the dark side facing up. And our first cut is going to be 1 3/4 inch. We'll cut that all the way to the end. And then we're going to do a piece that is 3 1/4. Then we're going to do a piece that is 1 1/2. And then another piece that is 1 1/2. And 2 more that are 1 1/2. So we'll have 4 pieces that are 1 3/4 by 1 1/2. This is leftover at the bottom of our little strip there. All of these 4 pieces are 1F, and we'll label it on the light side. 1F. Now this first piece that we cut, this longer piece, I'm going to leave that there for just a second because we're going to cut some more of that one. And then we need to dovetail them, so we'll be doing that together. So now we're going to put this in our trimmer at 1 3/4. Then we'll turn it, and we need to cut 3 pieces that are 3 1/4. And we've got a little left over here at the end. These 4 pieces are going to be 4C, and we are going to dovetail them. So I'm just going to label them kind of in the middle with 4C. And what I'm going to do is just set them over to the side and not put them in my stack for project 4 so that I can remember to dovetail them. We'll just dovetail all the pieces that need dovetailing together at once after we cut our straight cuts. So I'm just going to put this kind of just over here to the side so that I remember that I need those to dovetail. Okay, this next piece that we're going to cut is 1 1/4 inch wide. Then we're going to turn it and cut 8 1/2. And I'm going to set this over here because we're going to cut some more of that one. Then what I have left here, I need to cut at 1 1/2 and 1 1/2. And we have this little leftover guy at the end. So again, since we still need some more of this one cut, I'm just going to set it over here to the side with this one. We're going to put it in our trimmer again and do 1 1/4. And we need to turn it and go to 8 1/2 again. So that goes right here. Then we need to cut 2 more pieces that are 1 1/2. And then that little tiny piece is the leftover at the end. We now have the 4 pieces that we need that are 1 1/4 by 1 1/2 here. And these are going to be 1G, but we're using them on the light side. So we're going to label them on the dark side. 1G. We can add those to our stack for project 1. Now we're going to put this back in our trimmer, the tall direction, like you can see that I've got mine at 1 1/4. And turn that and cut it at 8 1/2. Add that over here. This is leftover. One more 1 1/4. Turn that and go to 8 1/2. And this is leftover, and so is this. So these 4 pieces that we now have stacked together are 2D, like David. We're going to turn them over on the light side to label them.
They're loving this color combo. So for those of you that maybe aren't concentrating on cutting right now, what is your favorite close to my heart color?
Ooh, that's going to be a fun conversation. You'll have to let us know what wins out, Cassidy.
Yeah, Karen, give us yours starting out.
Seabrook.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
How about you, Cassidy?
I am a huge fan of Harbor.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful Harbor. For sure. Okay, we're gonna put this sage piece.
Mist.
Oh, Monica, yeah.
Mist is my favorite right now.
That's a good one too. Ashley, what's yours? Oh, they're both good. She likes mulberry and sage. Speaking of sage, here we are with sage going in our trimmer at 1 3/4. Then we're going to take this 1 3/4 inch strip, turn it, and we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 3 inches.
We have a honey butter in here.
Ooh.
Let's see.
While you're looking, I'm going to tell them the next cut. We have 2 pieces that we just cut at 3 inches, guys. Now we're going to cut 4 of them at 1 1/2. What else you seeing, Cass?
Seabrook and Journey. Let's see. Too many to choose from.
Mine changes often, I have to admit.
Journey. They're loving Journey.
And that's why it's color of the year, right? We knew they were going to love that one. Okay, these 4 pieces that are 1 1/4 or 1 3/4 by 1 1/2 are 1B, like boy, and we're going to label them on the light side.
Sangria, Glacier. We have a bunch of old colors in here too. Hollyhock.
Oh, wow.
Hollyhock is one that I've been seeing. Sky, I'm seeing.
Oh, that was an oldie. Okay, we're going to put our sage back in the trimmer, you guys, at 1 3/4. And we're going to cut 2 more pieces that are 1 3/4 by 3. Woo, I almost did 2 3/4. 1 3/4 by 3, 2 of these. Then these 4 pieces that we just did that are 1 3/4 by 3, those are all 4D, like David, and I'm going to label them on the light side, and then I'm going to add them to the stack of the pieces that we're going to dovetail. So I'm not going to put them in their project 4 stack so that I know to grab those at the end of cutting and dovetail them. Then we are done with this piece that's left over. We're going to put this large piece back in our trimmer at 1 1/4.
We have some Sundance, Glacier, another Harbor. Somebody said Wisteria.
Oh. Okay, we just did 1 1/4, and we're going to turn it, and we're going to cut 4 pieces that are 1 1/2. It's It's funny that I love Seabrook so much because it's not a color I wear really, and it's not a color that's in my house, but I absolutely love using it in my card making and scrapbooking. I think it's such a gorgeous color. These 4 pieces are 1C, and we're going to use them on the light side, so we'll label them on the dark side with 1C. I've also heard people say that you usually wear the colors that you decorate within your house. That's only true for me to an extent. I actually decorate with a lot of really warm colors, and I wear more cool colors most of the time. I do have a lot of black and white in my house though, and I do wear a lot of that. Okay, well, that's it for sage, guys. We're ready to now go to
Sapphire. That is true though. I mean, I don't know though, because I have some pink, like hot, like bright pink things, and there's nothing pink in my house.
Yeah, me neither. And I love to wear bright pink. Okay, we've got 2 pieces of papaya. We're going to start with one of them and put it in our trimmer at 2 1/2.
Monica Lynn Cox says, how did Maya's Shakespeare performance go last night? Hold on 1 second. She's getting to a microphone.
Okay, while she's getting to her microphone, I'm going to tell you what size we're going to cut these. We're going to cut 5 pieces that are 2 1/4.
She did awesome, and she's off to competition in Cedar City. It was so fun to watch her. Very dramatic guardsman, because she's ensemble, you know, so she didn't have any speaking lines. But she and her entire group just left today, and she comes back Saturday night. So we shall see.
Okay, we have, yeah, that's amazing. All right, at that age, I couldn't understand Shakespeare, let alone act Shakespeare. Okay, so we have 5 pieces here. One of them is going to be 2F, and we're using it on the dark side, so let's label it on the back with 2F. And I'm going to set 2F right here because we still need to add to that one. These other 4 are 2E, and we're going to label them on the light side. And put those in our stack for project 2, and then we're ready to cut the next pieces here. We're going to put the next row in our trimmer at 2 1/2 again. And then we're going to turn it, and we're going to cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces that are 2 1/4 again. So 2 1/4, 5 times. And we'll label these guys. 3 of these are 2F to go with the one that we have there. So we can label those and then add them to our stack of pieces.
Lots of love for Maya, Monica. Everyone's saying good luck, Maya.
Okay, then we have 2 pieces that are going to be 2G. And we're going to label those on the light side. And I'm going to just set them right over here because we need to keep getting the rest of the 4 of those. And now we're going to do another cut at 2 1/2. We're going to turn it, and this time we need 2 pieces that are 2 1/4, which are going to be our other 2Gs. So we can go ahead and label those on the light side. Oops, I labeled these 2Gs on the dark side. I meant to label them on the light side. Good thing I used a pencil. Okay, these 2Gs we're going to label on the light side. I might have done that with all of those, Monica. I'm going to have to fix them for you before you come up. 2G, 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 and 2G. And actually, don't hate me, but I'm going to quickly fix these others for her so that she doesn't come up here to make these cards. Oh, wait, I did them right. Yay, I did do them right. Just the one was wrong. Okay, this strip that we just cut from, we're actually going to turn it tall again and cut it at 2 1/4. So that tells me we're just cutting off 1/4 of an inch. So that little strip is extra. Then we're going to turn it and cut 3 pieces that are 2 inches. which means that we still need one more of those. So I'm going to save those over to the side for a second. Oh, I'll tell you what number they are first though. These are 2H, and this time we're using them on the light side, so we'll label them on the dark side with 2H. Then I'm going to put those right over to the side till I get my next 2H. Now let's bring this strip back in, and we're going to put it in our trimmer at 2 1/4. Then we're going to turn it, and we're going to cut the whole thing into 2-inch increments. So there will be 6 of them. So I'm just going to go backwards, start at 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and then that last piece is also 2. These pieces, we're going to every single one of these we are using on the light side, so we need to label on the dark side. We need one more for 2H, so we'll add that to that pile and put them over for project 2. Then we have 4 pieces that are 2I. Label these on the dark side. This last piece is 2J, and label that on the dark side. Now we've still got a strip over here. It should measure to 2 1/4, so just double check and make sure it does. Yay. We're going to turn it, and we need to get 3 pieces that are 2 inches this time. So go to 6, and the piece that you just cut off is left over. Then what we've got in our trimmer will give us what we need, so we can go from 6 to 4, then to 2, and we'll label them on the dark side with 2J. And they go over to project 2 with this one that we already had. Okay, that's it for that papaya, but we have another papaya sheet to cut, and we're going to cut it with the dark side facing up. We're going to put it in our trimmer at 3 1/8. And I just want to show you on the close-up camera how to find an 1/8 if you don't know that. So here's 3 inches. The first line past it is 3 1/4, the first long line. 3 1/8 is halfway between 3 and 3 1/4. It's that longer eyelash. Okay, so let's go back over here where we can cut, and we are going to go to 3 1/8. Make that cut. Then let's turn it, and we're going to cut 4 pieces that are 2 5/8, and I'll tell you where that is. If you go on your trimmer to 2 1/2, then move to the long eyelash between 2 1/2 and 2 3/4. That's where we need to be, 2 5/8. We're going to do that 4 times. So the long eyelash between 2 1/2 and 2 3/4. We're going to use this on the dark side, so let's turn them over and label them on the light side with 3C. Add those to your stack for project 3. Now we're going to put this in our trimmer at 2 3/8, which is the long eyelash between 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 3/8. Now we need to turn this, and we're going to cut 4 pieces that are 2 7/8. That one is the long eyelash between 2 3/4 and 3. 2 7/8. 2 7/8. 2 more of those. This is leftover. These 4 pieces we're going to be using on the light side. So we'll go ahead and label them on the dark side with 3D.
They're loving the eyelash term.
I can't take credit. That's a Christina coined phrase. That's how she remembered 8s. Yeah, we used to have someone who worked here at the office named Christina who did a lot of these events with us, and that's who came up with that. Okay, 1 5/8 is where we're going next, which is the long eyelash after 1 1/2, between 1 1/2 and 1 3/4.
We had a comment yesterday. Someone said that they missed Christina's giggling and that Brian needed to kick it up a notch. I know. Let me think of a joke.
Okay, while you're thinking, we're gonna turn our piece that was 1 5/8, and we're gonna cut 4 pieces that are 2 5/8. So we're gonna go to 2 1/2, and then the long eyelash between 2 1/2 and 2 3/4. We're gonna do that 4 times. So right halfway between 2 1/2 and 2 3/4. This is leftover, this little piece at the end, and these 4 pieces we are going to label on the light side, and they are 4I.
Need to know if when you guys are cutting, are you watching shows? Obviously, you're live with us right now, but typically when you're cutting on your own, do you guys watch shows? Do you listen to podcasts? Do you what do you like to do? Listen to music? Do you like to be in silence, peace and silence with your creative brain? What do you normally do, Karen?
I like the peace and silence when I create. Okay, we're gonna go to 1 3/8, which is the long eyelash between 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I feel like you probably are a music listener. Am I right, Cassidy?
I'm actually a podcaster.
Oh.
Or I do audiobooks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big audiobook girl. So I like to listen to audiobooks or podcasts.
That's fun.
Murder podcasts.
Yeah, I like those too. 2 3/8 is what we're going to do now. We're going to cut 4 pieces that are 2 3/8 inch long. So that is halfway between 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, that long eyelash. We need 4 of these out of this. 2 3/8, 2 3/8, 3/8, and then one more time. And these pieces are 4J. We're going to use them on the light side so we can label them right here on the dark side. With
I'm gonna tell everybody, I'm a
J.
Show watcher.
show watcher, definitely, but not like things that hurt your head. Like,
Just
like
mindless
Virgin
background.
River, Bridgerton, you know, those kind of fluffy, cheesy, Notting Hill, you know,
That you don't really have to like follow along.
A Proposal, like those
Yes.
kind of things, especially those ones.
If
I
it's
can
not
watch
a-
shows when I
yeah.
create if it's something I've already seen before.
Yeah, it has to be something that I don't have to think
Yeah.
about.
Okay, let's.
Murder mysteries.
Yeah, like those make me have to think. Okay, we need to turn this paper long direction here, and we're gonna cut this at 8 1/2.
Someone said silence like you, Karen. A lot of people in here say music.
Yeah,
They love to have. There's a lot of classical music in here.
it would be relaxing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we're gonna turn this 8 1/2 inch piece tall, and we are going to cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces that are 1/4 inch wide. So I like to do that over here on the far side of my trimmer, cutting, whatever this is. What's it called? I always want to say trough, and you guys made fun of me when I said that. Channel, cutting channel.
The cutting channel.
How's that? Okay, so we need 8 1/4 inch pieces. A groove. I thought of the Emperor's New Groove. Monica thought of Let's Groove Tonight. I think it is, yes.
Groove tonight. Da, 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 da.
Serenade us, Cassidy.
Nope, I don't know that. I'm a youth. Ask me any Justin Bieber song and I got you, but Let's Groove Tonight, that's the only line I know.
Well, that's pretty much what they say through the whole song.
Yeah.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, I don't think is known for their very diverse lyrics. Lots of their songs say the same thing over and over, but I love their music. Yep. September's a good one.
Oh, there's a good comment here that says, typically she crafts with her friend.
Oh.
And so they
So they
talk
just
with a little bit
chat.
of music on, yeah. But there's a lot of people in here that like it silent.
I do. I just feel like it's such a peaceful thing when I craft if I have a quiet. Okay, so we now have our 8 1/4-inch pieces. This stuff right here is all left over, and let's talk about what we need to label these with. These are all going to be used on the dark side, so we can turn them over and label them on the light side. 4 of them are 2A, and 4 of them are 2B. What's your music of choice, Cassidy? What genre?
I like everything really. I like sometimes in the summer I'm like in the mood for country. I'm a huge John Mayer fan.
I love his music.
I love the old school stuff. I grew up listening to like the Eagles, Pink Floyd, Eric Clapton.
Is that what your
all those
mom and dad
people.
were fans of?
That's what my dad was a big fan of. So I grew up listening to the oldies. So I really love the oldies, but
That's scary to me that those are now called oldies. Stop it, Cassidy. Go back to where you came from.
anyways, I mean, I've been to a Rush concert with my dad. I've been to goodness, what was his name? No.
That's 70s. Maybe a little 80s.
Oh my gosh, what is
Okay, we're going to do Royal Cardstock
Let me think
next,
about it.
guys, which is this really rich purple. And we're going to put it in our trimmer at 7 1/4 while Cassidy's trying to remember her concert.
I've been to it twice. Oh, Joe Bonamassa. He's blues.
Yes.
Yep, Joe Bonamassa. I've been twice. We actually won
Wow.
front row seats at a Bravenel Hall to him a couple
That's
years
cool.
ago. So then when he came back, I went again with my dad. And fun fact, when we won front row seats, the drummer threw his drumstick out into the crowd and I caught it.
Oh, cool.
And my dad has a
Cassidy.
concert room with all of his vinyls all over. So I gave him the drumstick to go in his concert room. So
That's very fun.
yeah, it's fun.
Okay, we're going to turn this piece that we just cut at 7 1/4 to 2 1/4. And we're going to make 4 cuts.
So the answer is really, I listen to a lot of everything.
I like lots of different kinds of music too. If you could only pick one concert that you could go to, who would you want to see live in concert?
Are you asking me or the people?
Anyone, any of you guys. You
Yeah,
too,
let's hear
Cassie.
it. Or who is your favorite concert you've ever been to? That's a good question too.
I've never been to Bruno Mars, but that's who I'd go to.
See,
I heard he's amazing in person.
John Mayer is at the top of my list, and he's coming to Utah in November, and
Are
my
you
husband
going?
and I are going. So
3F, you guys. These 4 pieces we just cut are 3F that were 2 1/4 by 7 1/4. We'll add those to that stack, and let me just tell you the next cut before we get going into answers on music. We're gonna, this piece that we have that was left from that we don't need. You can take this smaller piece and put it in your leftovers. Then we're going to cut a strip that's 1 1/2 and turn it the other direction and do 4 pieces that are 2 3/4. So 1 1/2 and then 4 2 3/4.
ooh, Eagles. Lots of Eagles. Shakira, Chicago, Celine Dion. Monica, we need your answer.
Well, she's going to one next week.
I'm going to Lionel Richie, but I do feel like I missed out royally big time Taylor Swift. I really it was the
You're a
soundtrack
Swiftie.
of my girls. I have 4 daughters that were all teenagers at the same time, and they
true.
grew up on Taylor Swift from the minute she came out, like the first song, Tim McGraw Country. And so my husband is not really a fan, but I feel like I should have just spent the money and gone.
Eras tour.
Aw.
I should have done it. So who knows? I might wind up in Paris watching it or something.
She's gonna tour again.
Yeah, but I feel like a European destination would be
And a good excuse to get to
If
the other side.
I'm doing it big.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, these 4 pieces are 4E, And they're going to come over here and go into our stack of pieces that we're going to dovetail.
I am the millennial that's waiting for the NSYNC tour.
I would come to that with you.
Me too.
Oh, Monica, I'm just letting you know. Whenever they are within the vicinity of Utah, Colorado, Arizona, I'm taking the day off. So.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
She's
She's
like, oh, we'll take it off together. Let's go on a
my
road
very
trip. She
second
says, okay.
concert of my whole life was in sync.
Was it
What
really?
I just cut that I
Can
just
we
made
road trip?
was
Let's make t-shirts.
Okay, sorry, we're totally distracting from teaching. Go ahead.
1¼ inch wide is what we just cut, and we need 4 pieces that are 2½. And then we're also going to put these in our stack to dovetail, and I'll tell you what letter and number they are. 2½, 4 of those.
Monica, may I have the day off when they go on tour, please? Let's get a party bus and go down.
These 4 pieces that we just cut that are 1¼ by 2½, we're going to use on the light side. So we'll label them here on the dark side with 4F. These also need to be dovetailed.
Karen, you asked such a huge question. We have so many comments, and now you're just cruising on the cutting.
Well, hold on to those in your brain for a minute,
All right.
Cassidy, while I move on to evergreen, and then we will we'll discuss. Okay, so we're done with royal, guys. I've got my stacks here that we need to dovetail. We need to grab the evergreen paper, which is the very last one we've got in our stack that's colored. And I'm just going to tell you this first cut, and then Cassidy can give us some of your answers. We're going to cut it with the dark side facing up at 1¼ And then once we've cut that 1¼ inch strip, we're going to turn it and cut 4 pieces that are 2½. So 1¼ by 2½.
Hit it?
Yes.
All right. We have Keith Urban, Elton John, Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Oh,
Ooh,
that's
wow.
a good one. Let's see. Lauren Daigle? Who's that?
Oh, it's Daigle.
Lauren
That's
Daigle.
Christina's fave. And Dan, it's
You
my
say?
husband's girlfriend, and I'm okay with it.
Oh.
He's got her on the side.
Toby Mac, Garth Brooks. Okay, I'm sorry. Who's TSO?
I don't know.
TSO? I don't Dorothy French. I don't know who TSO is.
I don't either. You guys, this is 4G. We're going to label it on the light side. And these go into our dovetail stack. And while Cassie stores up a few more in her brain, we'll go on to the next cut. So 4G on these. Add these over here to our stack that we're going to be dovetailing.
Billy Joel.
Oh, I love Billy Joel.
Oh,
I'm jealous.
Monica's seen him.
Okay, then we're going to put this back in the trimmer at 1 inch. Once we cut our 1 inch cut here, we need 4 pieces cut from that are 2 1/4. That's it from the evergreen. So this big piece can go over to your leftovers. Turn this and cut 4 pieces that are 2 1/4.
Oh, TSO, Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, I thought you said P like
No,
Peterson.
T as in Tom. Sorry, guys.
Got it.
Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, we have some Taylor Swift in here. Ed Sheeran, Pink. Oh, Ed Sheeran would be a good one.
Okay, these 4 pieces that we just cut, we're going to label on the dark side because we're going to turn them over and use them on the light side. They are 4H, and they also go over to our dovetail area.
Oh. Kathy Robbins says, my daughter went to Harry Styles. I stayed at the hotel and crafted. That's a good one.
Okay, that's it for our colored cardstocks. We're going to move on to White Daisy next. And so grab one of those. This first piece of White Daisy, we're just going to use up the whole thing. So let's put it in at 3 1/2. And then that strip, we're going to turn and cut into 4 pieces that are 3 inches each.
I'm really going to say my age here, but 2 of my top concerts I've been to. Actually, let's ask this question. Who was your first concert? My top 3 were Rihanna, Chris Brown, and John Mayer. That's very different. I've been to lots of country concerts. The only one I haven't been in my top 3 is John Mayer, which I will in November. But my very first concert was Kelly Clarkson.
You guys, these 4 that we just cut are 1D and 1E. I'm going to look really quick at that card. There must be something we have to maybe diagonal cut or something. I'm going to look really quick and make sure I know what's happening here. I'm not really sure why it's labeled with both letters, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to label it with both of them, 1D and 1E. 1D and 1E.
Donna Tilley, first concert, Elvis.
Wow.
Wow.
You guys, my first concert was Air Supply. Okay, that's the first cut. Now this next piece that we have, we just need to take this and turn it long ways because we're going to cut this whole thing. We're going to just cut 4 pieces that are 3 inches. It's already the right height with it turned this way. So you can put it in your trimmer and cut it at 9, 6, and 3, and you'll have what you need. And this, thank goodness, has just one number on it. We're going to let Monica figure out the 1D and 1E thing. You do know what to do? Awesome. She knows what to do. That is why she's the president. Okay, we're going to put on here 2C.
I see lots of Osmonds on here, our little Utah natives.
I just saw a thing on Instagram that when Donnie was pretty young, like maybe 13 or 14, they sang with Cher on the Sonny and Cher show, a Stevie Wonder song. How's that?
How fun. I feel like somebody just said that they...
Okay, guys, these pieces that we just did, I think I told you, were 2C. Now grab your next piece of white daisy. And we're going to put this in at 2 inches. And we have a few different cuts on this one, but they're all on this whole sheet that we're doing are 2 inches wide, but we're not using the whole sheet. So don't go all the way to the end because you'll be sad. We need that to do some stamping on. Now we're going to turn this and we're going to do one piece that's 7 inches. And I'm going to start a few stacks over here because we're going to, it's going to take a few cuts before we get all 4 of each of them. So we've got our 2 by 7, that's going to sit over here. Then we need 2 pieces that are 2 by 1 3/4. So 1 3/4, we're going to do 2 of those.
Ashley, who was your first concert?
Katy Perry.
Oh, Katy Perry.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
No way. Okay, then this little guy's left over. We're going to go back in our trimmers at 2 inches. And we're going to do the exact same thing again. So 2 inches, then we're going to do a 7-inch cut from that. And then we're going to do 2 cuts that are 1 3/4.
Monica, who was your first?
It's really kind of funny and a little embarrassing and not very random, and no one will really know who they are unless you were from that era. It was a Spanish boy band called Menudo.
Oh, I know who that is.
And Ricky Martin was one of the members.
Yes.
When he was like 14 years old.
An early Ricky Martin.
Yes, but he was part of the second reboot of Menudo, not the original Menudo. So yeah, I was 14, went to a Menudo concert
So
in Houston.
fun.
It was awesome.
So fun.
Okay, you guys, these 4 smaller pieces that we've cut are 2K. So you can label those and put them over with your Project 2 stack. We still have our 2 by 7s here because we need to finish doing those. And so we got to do that again.
Monica
So
Dorothy French says, I love them, Monica.
Okay, then a 7-inch cut from here. And then 2 1 3/4 cuts again. And then we're going to do this exact thing one more time. This guy's left over. 2 inches. Turn it to 7. My second concert, I bet most people wouldn't know. Has anybody ever heard the Romantics? Then we're going to do 1 3/4.
Monica said yes. Me and Ash probably say no.
Yeah, they had like 2 hits maybe.
Romantic.
Yep. Then this leftover. All right, the stack that's the 2 by 7s, we're going to use those on Project 3. They're going to be 3G. So I'm just going to label those really quick. 3G.
A lot of people know Menudo, Monica.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
I feel like they were pretty popular, Monica. If I knew them. Because I didn't follow a lot of Spanish music. Okay, so 2L is what the last 4 of the 2 by 1 3/4 are. And then this piece of white that we've got over here, oops, I'm going to kind of just put it over here by where we're going to be dovetailing because we need this to do some stamping on. And we'll be doing that after we cut. So 2L, and then this is going to come over here. This is like all things we still need to do things to. Now let's grab another white daisy, and we're going to put this one in our trimmer at 3 1/8. Hopefully you remember where to find that is the halfway mark between 3 and 3 1/4. We're going to do 3 1/8, the long eyelash between 3 and 3 1/4.
A lot of people said they know romantics too.
Oh,
Karen,
wow.
so you're not alone.
Awesome. Then 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. Oh dear, this one's another one that has 2 letters on it. So Monica gonna know what to do, right? She's got it figured out. This piece is
stencil it, and then we're gonna cut it in half.
oh cool.
So
Okay,
it's
so
a good
this
way.
little piece is left over, and then we're gonna do the same cut again. We're gonna go 3 1/8, halfway between 3 and 3 1/2. Now we're gonna turn it and do 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. And these pieces, I'll tell you what to label them. They're another one of those doubles. The back side of this, let's label with 3B and 3E. Then we just have a little more to cut out of this piece. Now we need to go in our trimmer to 4 1/4. And then we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 3 inches. Which I'm also going to look at this card because I don't know why there's only 2 of them. You have to cut these in half too. Oh yes, it's 4A, which must be the piece that you stencil, huh? Yeah. Okay, so these 2 pieces are 4A. So do you, oh, she wants you to stencil the whole thing and then you cut it in half because it's easier. I get it, I get it, I get it. Good job, Miss Pamela. All right, so put those in your stack for project 4. These are leftover. And then we also have one more piece of white daisy that we're going to use for die cutting. So I think what we ought to do first is all our dovetailing. Then we'll come back and do our die cutting. And I'm going to die cut for you on the close-up camera. I mean, not die cut, dovetail. Over on the close-up camera, I'm going to show you the card that we're dovetailing for. We're dovetailing for this card right here. So you can see all those fun pieces that are going to get used. Well, I think we need some papaya to dovetail. Let's go back and look at that papaya and see if I missed which ones were for dovetailing. Yes, I must have put them over in the stack. 4I and 4J are also to dovetail. If you didn't leave those out right here. Excuse my head in your camera. There we go. All right, so this is all of the pieces that we need to dovetail for this card. And I'm going to show you how I like to dovetail. And there's something kind of important to do here. So we're going to dovetail the large ones, no, the smaller ones first. Can you see how this is going to layer onto this? So I'm going to show you how to make those match up nicely. So let's take 4F. 4F is 1.25 inches. Move that up so you can see. 1.25 inches wide. So that means 5/8 is the halfway mark. So I'm just going to go to the halfway mark. You can also eyeball it. And I'm going to make about 1/4 inch cut right there in the middle. Can you see that? Then I'm going to take my scissors and go from the outside corner up to that little cut. And now that I've got one cut, instead of doing all the rest like that, I can lay this one on top, the rest of 4F, and just use that first one as my template. And the reason I'm doing that, and the reason I care that they're the same, is because that way I can also cut the one they layer on the same, and it won't matter which 4F you grab to go on which 4E. They'll all be the same. Okay, so I'm just using that first one I cut. I'm laying it on top of the other ones and making my dovetail. So I have all of my 4Fs dovetailed. Now here's how we're going to do it for the next one, the one that lays on top. We're going to get our 4E, which is a slightly larger royal one. I'm going to lay this on the top like this, because that's how we're going to do it on our card. I keep thinking you can see all the things I can see. I'm going to lay this like this, and then I can now use that as my template and just stay as far away from that edge as the sides are, so that I end up with a dovetail that matches it.
That's a great tip, Karen.
Thank you, Cass. I'm going to take a water break for 1 second. Okay, now I can finish my job over here. Okay, and now that I have this one dovetailed, I don't have to match them up anymore because we know that they're all the same. So now I can use this one as my template for the rest of that piece.
I just can't get over how pretty that purple is on camera.
It is really pretty. This is a color I would love to wear.
That would look so good on you.
I really love a deep purple like this with a blue base to wear. Thank you for saying that. Okay, so we've got all of our royals dovetailed. We can now look on the back of them. They are 4E and 4F. They're ready to go over to the stack for project 4 now. Okay, now let's move on to the next one that stacks. Let's do our evergreen. Isn't this a beautiful green color? This is another color I love to wear, and Cassidy has an outfit in this color that looks so amazing on her with her blue eyes and blonde hair.
It's like seriously one of my favorite outfits. I have to refrain from wearing it multiple times a week.
Every day, every time you wear it, I just go, wow. Okay, this is 1 inch wide. We're doing 4H, so ½ inches halfway in between. Remember how we did this before? Then we're going to go from the outside corner up to that little top of that little cut we made. So we have a perfect little dovetail. And now we use this as our template for the rest of that size. I'm cutting 2 at a time. Monica was asking me the other day, do I ever cut more than 2? And I'm like, not really, because I feel like that no matter how tight I hold them in my hand, they jiggle a little bit. So I rarely do more than 2. They just sort of slide and then they're not perfect anymore. Okay, so I've got those all cut to match. And remember what we did last time. We laid one of these on top of the one it's going to layer on, centered that, and then I could use it as my guide to cut the bottom. And I'm just going to cut it as far away from the dovetail at the bottom as you can see that it is on the sides. And I have a nice perfect little dovetail, and I'm ready to use that one as my template for the rest of the 4Gs. When I make a card or a scrapbook page like this that has several pieces on it that are dovetailed, I like to try to make sure that my dovetail on each of them is about the same, which is why I'm going about a 1/4 inch up in the center so that they're all going to have that sort of feel about the same. If some had 1/4 inch depths on their dovetails and some of them had 1/2 inch, it wouldn't be as pleasing to look at. Your eye wants them to look the same, which is funny because there are a lot of things that's the opposite of, that you like variety, but when it's dovetails, it actually looks like there's a mistake. Okay, so now we have all of our evergreen ones dovetailed. We'll go add those to our stack for project 4. Now let's do our 2 papaya pieces. That's going to create this dovetail. So we're going to start with the smaller one. And
Lots of compliments on your dovetailing skills, Karen.
oh, well, they can do the same skills. Now they know how. Okay, this one is a little bit different in width because it's an 1/8 inch width. And so we want to, this is actually 1 3/8. So we want to go to a 1/2 inch and then over a 1/2 inch from there. I mean, not a 1/2 inch, what am I saying? An 1/8. Go to a 1/2 inch, go over an 1/8, and then halfway between that 1/8 and the next 1/4 inch line, or just eyeball it, which is what I would do, but I'm trying to show you how here. And we'll go ahead and make that dovetail and follow our same little method that we did before. Have you ever made a project or a workshop where it has you layer dovetails like this and then you get them laid on each other and you go, they don't even match up and they look so weird? I hate it when that happens. So I wanted to show you today how to make them look really nice. Pamela's look beautiful here, so that they all feel uniform, and the ones that sit on top of others are going to line up nicely.
And they're loving that tip too.
Good. One more, this one, then we can do the larger one. Okay, then we just need to line one of those up here on our bigger one. Isn't that fun that we've layered paper? When I say we, I mean Pamela. That she chose to layer paper that's the same color and just use the light and dark side. Isn't that a really great look? Very subtle, but so fun. Okay, so I got my first one made, and now I can use that as my template, just like we've done on the others. One more. Then we have these 2 that are singles here, and we will just be able to do those really easily. The question I get a lot is how deep to make your dovetails. I tend to almost always like a shallower dovetail. This is, like I said, about a 1/4 inch. But if you have a huge piece that's dovetailed like on a scrapbook page, you might want to go a little bit deeper. Okay, I'm going to add these to our stack for project 4. Now we can do our peach and our sage ones. This one is 1 3/4 inch, which means we would go over between 3/4 and an inch to get to the halfway mark. You can use this as your template if you'd like to do the others. One more to go, and then we just need to do our sage ones, and we are in business with our die cutting machine. You guys happy with your dovetails? Hopefully they're turning out nice for you. There's our peach ones. We'll add that to project 4 stack. Last but not least, Sage. I have a granddaughter named Sage, and she's very happy that we named a color after her. These are also 1 3/4, so your halfway mark is between 3/4 and 1 inch.
Someone says, okay, breaking down and ordering this kit. We love it.
We broke them down.
Once you see how beautiful they are in person, it's just, they're so fun to make.
Hard to resist.
Hard to resist. That's a great way to put it.
One more. And if that wasn't a good dovetailing lesson because you had to do it so many times that you'll never forget it, I don't know how else you'll remember. Okay, those go in project 4 stack. And now we can put our trimmers over to the side. It sounds like though you'll want to keep them close by because there's a couple of pieces I think you're going to need to cut in half after you stencil them with Monica. But what we need to do now is some die cutting. So I'm going to grab my die cutting machine. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this last whole sheet of, don't put away that trimmer yet. This last whole sheet of White Daisy, we just need to cut down the middle at 6 inches. So you have 2 6 by 12 inch pieces. Forgot that part. Sorry, I got so excited we were done with our cutting. This is what we need for that one. That's going to be for die cutting. Alrighty. And I need my cutting mat and my platform. And we need to grab our stamp set to get the thin cuts out of there. Our thin cuts come on magnetic sheets, which is so great. I just pulled them right out of this little plastic envelope and put them right where I am working.
The best ever.
They really are. Okay, now remember we have a few pieces left here. We've got the skinny piece. Put that aside for stamping. We're going to need that in a minute. These 2 6 inch pieces are what we're going to be doing to die cut. This 6 inch by 12 inch piece fits on the Close to My Heart platform and trimmer. If yours, embossing machine, if yours happens to be skinnier, then cut it down a little bit. And I'm going to tell you what we need to cut. I'm going to try and have this all be in the picture so that you can see what I'm doing here. Okay, on your die cut sheet, the only one that we don't need, I got both of these stacked. I don't know if I said that. The 2 6 inch pieces are stacked together. The only one we don't need is the one that says happy birthday. So we need this one that you can see the B on. That says best wishes. Put that down. We need the one that says thinking of you, but you can see the T. We need the one that says hello, which is this guy. And we need the one that's going to say thank you. You can see the T and the little Y. And now that there's just one left, if you look at it, you can tell that was the happy birthday. There's a little H there. We don't need him today. Okay, those are the ones we're going to do. I'm just going to tape these down with a little bit of washi tape while I run them through my embossing and die cutting machine. Also, I don't know if all of you were here with us yesterday, but Cassidy was so great yesterday to post the link to this embossing machine and die cutting machine.
I am posting it again.
So, oh good. Thank you, Cass.
I will post the link to the die cutting machine as well as a YouTube video on how it works because there are some fun little surprises with
Yes,
this one.
it has some really great features.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Cassidy. Okay, we're running this stack through with the double sheets of paper on each of those die cuts.
Someone said it was on their Christmas list, and I did get that for my mom for Christmas last year, and she loves it.
Did she?
So,
Good.
yes, she's obsessed.
That's awesome. All right, I'm just moving on here so that where did I put my piece that had the white daisy on it? Just a minute, I need that because I have to remember what I have to stamp on a few things. Aha. All right, so we've done that once. We're gonna take these out. You should have 2 of each of these cut now. Should have gone through both of those layers for you. We're going to do the same thing one more time. Just going to take each of these off and put them in stacks of what they are. So I've got a thinking of you stack, a best wishes stack, a thank you stack, and a hello stack. I just need to get the second one of each of them out here. I have my machine. This was a question yesterday, so I'll just answer it today in case anyone's wondering. If you're using the Close to My Heart machine, I just have it set at 0. And this top dial at die cut, and then the tension at 0. That is one of the cool features about this machine. You can make it tighter or looser as you need to.
It's the I think it's the little what are those called? The little cubbies in there. What is
Yeah.
that called? Compartment.
Compartments. How
Yes.
about that? Do you guys want to see that?
Yeah, people were confused about that.
Fancy.
So when I
It's
say
stored
surprises, that's your surprise.
Yes, that's a surprise. Also, this handle can come off and be stored in here. It's that way when you get it. You should know that. People call
Yes.
us all the time and say, my machine didn't have a handle. And we have to tell them, no, yeah, it does. It's in the
It's
compartment.
inside the compartment.
Yes.
So those are the surprises I was talking about.
And Monica was saying she stores, on one side, she stores her handle. And on the other side, she stores, what did you say, Monica? Washi tape to hold their things on. And then someone commented that they keep theirs to store their treats in. So the
Yep.
kids don't know where they are. Okay, we're going to do that same thing one more time. And we want to keep them close together like we have because we need this bottom space for a few other things. So let's do it again. I'm just trying to get them as close together as I can. Still have plenty of space to cut. And then you will have 4 of each of these, which gives you what you need for all 4 cards of each of the designs. I also love this about our machine, that it has this long platform. It can cut and line things up so nicely. Okay. That takes care of our die cutting, but we now have a little bit of stamping to do. So we can go ahead and put these back on our sheet here. I love keeping this magnet sheet right by where I'm die cutting so that as I finish with the die, I can put it right back on there. I'm guessing I'm not the only person in the world that before I had this machine would lose dies. Maybe not forever lose dies, but lose dies so that when I went to grab them again, I couldn't figure out where I put them on my table. This way I know right where they are. And it's especially helpful when you've got little tiny dies that can easily get lost.
We had that discussion with stamps too. A lot of people were saying, oh my gosh, I misplaced my stamps. We had this, it was on a different video, but we were talking about.
I remember, I was here with you.
Yep, making sure that you put those tiny little ones back on their carrier sheet.
Yes.
So same thing with your die cuts. It'll just save you an extra headache.
Yes. So true. And a lot of time too, just looking, lifting everything up on your table to find it. I still do that with a million other things, but not my dies. Okay, I'm just going to take my scissors and cut right here so that I've just got a smaller piece I'm working with for some stamping. And I'm going to put away my die cutting machine. That was some simple die cutting.
Someone said they typically find them sticking to their stamp pads because
Yes.
our stamp pads are magnetic.
I found something sticking to the back of my sleeve the other day. I looked everywhere for it at my desk and could not find it. And later in the day, I found it on the back of my sleeve. I'd had adhesive on it and obviously must have put my arm down on it. Okay. And this piece. So we've got our long strip that we saved, and then we've got the leftover paper from our die cutting. And now we want to bring in our Versamat if you have one. And I'll tell you why. Versamats are so handy for so many, many things. Measuring when you're working, having being able to make sure things are straight, but the back side is foam. And that's perfect for stamping. I sometimes still use the foam that's in the stamp set too, so I have a double layer. So I'm going to get that out too. And let's start with thank you. So grab the die cuts that you that you cut for thank you. We need to stamp it in papaya. So I'm going to grab my papaya pad and I think it will fit on 2 by 3.5 inch block. Yes. We've got a brand new stamp set here. I'm guessing you do too, unless you've already been playing. So we're going to want to make sure we season every stamp before we stamp them today. So to do that, I like to just rub it on the inside of my hand. You could do it on the back of your hand, on your arm. You can ink it up and stamp it off many times, and then that will season it too. This way is just faster. It takes that shiny finish off, which makes the ink be able to more evenly distribute and doesn't bead off the stamp like it would if it had that shiny finish. Okay, so we're going to stamp these with papaya. I'm just walking it across the stamp pad. And then you can look right through your block and make sure it's evenly inked and you didn't miss a spot. Then stamp it onto your die cut. I like to hold mine for just a second there. It'll have more ink soaking in, and then you can see how beautifully that's stamped. Also, remember when you're stamping to always put your stamp straight down onto what you're stamping and lift it straight up instead of going at an angle. That quite often smears your stamp. I try to share those few stamping tips almost every time I'm on a video, whether it's an event or just a video that we're doing to show off a new product, because I just think people want to love what they've stamped. They don't want to stamp it and go, I don't think stamping's for me, because really stamping's for everyone. You just have to know a few little tips and tricks that are very simple, and you'll be so much happier with what you're stamping. And we got one more. These are all going to go into the stack. I don't know where. Which card is this? Oh, this is card number 2. So you can put them over with card number 2. And while we got our papaya ink pad out, we're going to do a little bit more with it. Okay, let's grab that long skinny piece that we saved for stamping. And go over to our stamp set, and we need the little solid piece here that says "with all my heart." It's down here under hello, a few little bars down. "With all my heart." We'll add that to a stamp block. Actually, this one's one that is a good one to teach this about. When you try to put one of these onto your block, sometimes it's hard to get it perfectly straight because it curves with your fingers as you're putting them on there. So if you take your stamp, anytime you have a skinnier stamp, put it onto your work surface face down like it's already on a block and you're stamping with it. Then take your stamp block and press it onto there and pick it up. Then it will be straight. When you put it on your work surface and let go, it goes to the shape it needs to be in case, whereas with your fingers, you might slightly slant it on there. Okay, we're gonna season that, and we need to stamp this 4 times. This is when you want to make sure you're not rocking your block on, because when you do, it really will smear everything. You also be surprised. A lot of times people think you have to push so hard when you stamp, but sometimes on a delicate stamp like this one that has these little tiny letters inside it, all that does is blur the letters a little bit. So it just takes a little bit of practice to figure out how much pressure to put on your block when you stamp. One more, this one. And then we also need to stamp "You are the best." So it's going to say, "Thank you with all my heart, you are the best." "You are the best" is up here by "Best Wishes." So we're going to do that same trick. I'm just going to put it on my mat, face down like it's getting stamped, and then pick it up with my block. Season that. Do that 4 times. Leave a little space in between them because we'll be cutting these out. Okay, so we've got that taken care of. Then while we've got our papaya pad, let's just take care of anything that's papaya. We're going to be doing a technique on this card, hello, that will require us to stamp hello in a few different colors. So I'm just going to grab one of these smaller pieces so that I can kind of keep things for each card together. And we're going to stamp the hello stamp 4 times in papaya.
I was gonna say, pass it to me. I'll start fussy cutting it for you. But
Well, except for they don't have an assistant, so then they'll be like, "Wait a minute, you're way ahead of us." But I appreciate that. Thank you, Cassidy. Okay, we're going to stamp hello 4 times in papaya. And it doesn't matter if anything stamps well except for the O. All we care about is the O for these.
So someone asked, and I don't know if I'm understanding this question correctly. They said, I know you're teaching, but we could put several on the block since we are cutting. Agree? Is there a reason not to?
I just think it's way easier to stamp it nicely if I don't have others on the same block. If you guys want to do that, go for it.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got hello stamped 4 times. I'm going to make sure there's nothing else we need to stamp in papaya. There is not.
Would you go back over your fourth hello?
Yeah, I would. I'm glad you saw that I did not. And that is why clear stamps are amazing. But you're also going to really see the top of my head right now, because to get this on top, I'm going to have to be really careful.
And here's the magic.
And when you're on live, odds are you might mess up. I was slightly off. We're going to just stamp another hello. There we go, much better. Okay, now let's move on to our next color.
We put too much pressure on you.
I promised I can do it, just maybe not live on camera.
I've watched you do it. Don't worry, Karen. I've seen you do it many times.
Okay, done with stamping that we need for this card. Let's move on to Evergreen and our best wishes. So we need our best wishes die cut pieces. We need our Evergreen pad. And I think we need a 3x3 block. I don't think it'll fit on this 2x3.5. Nope, we need the 3x3. Okay, don't forget to season it. And we're going to want to be really, really slow as we put this down on our die cut so that we can get that B and W just so perfect. We're going to stamp all of these. Look how pretty. When I'm stamping something that is a little more precise, that needs to fit into a die cut that carefully, I do like to stand to stamp. It helps me be able to get my head right above it and stamp it where I want it to go. You can see those are turning out really, really well. Hopefully yours are too.
Someone said they were impressed that you can stamp on top of a die cut image on camera. So it's going well.
That's easier than double stamping, which obviously I struggled a little bit with today. Okay, well, we're done with best wishes, but we do have one more thing to stamp in Evergreen for another card, and that's our hello again. So let's grab that one, add it to our block. And this time you can see we're going to use the first L in Evergreen. So we need to stamp it 4 times. You could actually stamp it twice, because then you could use both the L's, you know. But we'll follow the rules. We'll do it 4 times. Oh, this is a new pad. I love that. It's stamped so pretty. You guys, I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make because they don't realize that their stamp's getting drier and drier, their stamp pad. They just think it's fine, but if you look at it next to something stamped with a newer pad, it's amazing how much prettier something is stamped with a juicier pad. And so if your pads are starting to get a little bit dry, there's a couple of things you could do. You can buy a re-inker to re-ink your pad, or you can get a new pad. There's not much difference in price to do it either way. I think it saves you, I don't know, maybe 50 cents or something to get a re-inker. But either way, if you keep juicy pads, you really will be happier with what you create. Okay, that's it for evergreen. Our best wishes goes to card number 3. I'm going to just set that aside for a minute. Now let's move to toffee. We got a few things to stamp in toffee. Go to your stack for card number 3 and you want to grab the piece that is 3E. Okay, that looks like this. We're going to stamp this, and I'm just going to stamp one of these because there's quite a bit of stamping on this, and you'll be able to do the rest of them when you make your other cards. So we want the words, "It's your day." It's right above "Happy Birthday." And you're going to want a little scratch piece of paper. So I'm going to take mine from underneath here. I'm just going to slide it under this piece. We're going to go off the edges a little bit. And I'm going to show you what we're about to do. You can see on this card, there are 4 rows of "It's Your Day" at the top and at the bottom. You do 1 in first generation, 1 in second. So I'm going to show you what that means as we create this little piece together. So I've got my stamp on my block, seasoned it. I'm going to ink it up on my toffee pad. Let's do this one close up. Scooch over here where you can see better. Okay, so I'm going to go up to the top of this piece and I'm going to stamp a first generation, which means you've inked it and stamped it. Stamp of "It's Your Day." I'm going to lift that up and I'm not going to re-ink it. And I'm going to go right next to it and stamp it again. And that's second generation. When you ink your stamp, stamp it off and then stamp it without re-inking it. That's second generation. Now I'm going to re-ink my stamp again. This time I'm going to do the solid or the first generation over more to the other side. And I'm not going to go stamp it again because the part that went off the edge still has ink there. So if I were to stamp this over here now, a second generation image, it would look like it was partly first and partly second. So what I need to do is go back to my pad and re-ink it, stamp it off, then come do that second generation stamp over here to the left. Can you see what's happening here? Okay, we're going to ink this up again. We're going to go to this next row and do more over to the left, a first generation. And I'm trying not to make them perfectly lined up with the ones above them. Then I need to do the same thing we just did, because can you see that line in the middle? That's going to be on my card, that funny dark line. So I need to re-ink it, stamp it off. Then I can come over here and do my second generation image. Okay, now we need to ink it again. And this time I'm going to do it more over to the right. I've got my same problem again. So I need to ink it again, stamp it off, then come over here to do the second generation image. And that takes care of what we need on the top. Now we're going to go to the bottom and kind of do the same thing again. Okay, so let's start on the very bottom with a first generation image. And I didn't really leave any off the edge on this one, so I can use that second generation image without re-inking. So I've got that there. Now I'm going to go to my next row, and I'm going to do my first generation one more over here to the left side. But since I went off the edge with that, I need to re-ink it, stamp it off, and then come over to my card to do that second generation image. So I've got 2 rows now. Let's go to our third row. We're going to go more over to the right side with our first generation image. Then go back and re-ink it, stamp it off, and come over there to the left side for that second generation image. Isn't that a fun technique? Okay, then we need one more. And we're going to go with our first generation over here to the left. And I'm going to let the whole stamp be on my thing. And then the second generation I'll be able to do without re-inking. There we go. That's what we needed for that one. I might as well just stay here on the close-up camera for the rest of the stamping. So this needs to go over to your stack for project 3. I'm just going to double check to see if I have any more pieces that are toffee on these cards that we need to do. Yes, we need to stamp 4 hellos in toffee. So let's get another piece and clean this guy off.
Who's the maker of this?
Pamela Blackwell.
Pamela Blackwood?
Blackwell.
Oh, Blackwell.
She lives in Texas, and
Blackwell.
I can hear her cute little accent as we speak. Okay, we're going to stamp hello 4 times here. Oh, we have one more thing to stamp in toffee. I'm glad I just caught it after this. Hello. And this one we're going to use the E on. All right, so I'm going to set those aside. Clean this one, and the next thing we need to grab to do in toffee is just a little note to say. So I'm looking on my stamps. It's the very bottom on the right. I'm just going to grab this other paper that we've been doing our little solid pieces on. And we need 4 of these. That should be the end of our toffee stamping. So we can clean that stamp and put it back. Okay, let's move on to Sage. We need our Thinking of You stamp and our Thinking of You die cut. And I'm going to move my scratch paper back underneath again because I like having, when I have a white piece of paper, I don't like trying to stamp on a die cut on white. You can't see the edges. Whereas if we've got it against that darker color, that's helpful to me to be able to center that really nicely on my die. Or you could always put a dark piece of cardstock under what you're stamping. Okay, Thinking of You. I love the sentiment Thinking of You because I feel like it could be birthday or sympathy or just because, or even just what else? It could be wedding. Gosh, it could be almost anything. Thinking of You is so versatile. Okay, we're going to use Sage and stamp our 4 Thinking of Yous. Is going to be going on this really pretty soft colored card. I'll put it here for you to see while we're stamping. one more. I'm pretty sure that's all the sage that we need. No letters out of hello and sage. Okay, so all of these go to card number 1. All right. Now let's move on to Royal. We need our hello stamp again. And it's the only thing we're going to stamp in Royal, I think. Yep. So let's grab this little sheet we've been doing our hellos on. And stamp 4 of those in Royal. This is a brand new pad. Should be nice and juicy. We need 4 hellos. We're going to use the second L on this one. So it doesn't even matter that my O didn't stamp well. Oh, I know why it didn't stamp well. I've got a little something on my stamp. Okay, so we've got all our hellos done now. We can set those to the side. We need to keep our hello on our block though. We're going to move to our peach stamp pad. And we need our hello die cut now. Let's clean this one. I don't think Royal and peach would mix together too pretty. Okay, we're going to stamp hello and peach on our hello die cut. I'm going to just stamp it off on my scratch paper because I just want to make sure there was no purple left on there. Nope. Didn't want it to be discolored. I think peach is such a pretty color. It's one of my favorites to use. I think light colors, the 2 things I tend to gravitate toward the most are neutrals. I use a lot of neutrals when I scrapbook. And I also do a lot of lighter colors because I like it when the colors on my page, not every time, but a lot of the time are lighter than the colors in my photos because then the photos really pop on your page. So like if I had a bright color in my photos like Royal, maybe I would use periwinkle to stamp with or some paper, or use Royal paper or stamping in more of an accent way so that it doesn't compete with the color in the photo. Okay, I've got my hello stamped. We need to do a few more things out of peach. So we're going to leave that there. We need these little strips that are on thinking of you. These hellos go to card number 4. Okay, we need with love, always and always. And I'm happy to do 2 stamps on the block to show you about that question someone had asked. So let's do with love. Oh, it's right under thinking of you. And then we need always and always, which is 2 down from hello. And I'm just going to put them far enough apart on my block that it's easy to cut them out. Just picking those up with my block like we've been doing. I'm going to season those. You just have to be a little more careful when you're stamping with 2 to make sure that they're both getting stamped well and inked evenly. And so we are going to add those here to this piece that we've been stamping our little words on. Oh, it's better when you stamp ink up the side with the stamp on it. Much better. So we need to do this 4 times. Can you see how this one's a little bit darker than this one? It's because I probably should have walked it around my pad a little more. Sometimes one part of your pad will have a little more ink on it than another part, especially when you've been stamping for a while. So I put my hello more in the middle, and so it's pushing the ink further out. So the part that's further out is probably getting a little more inked than the part that's closer in. And that's just something you have to be careful of when you're putting 2 blocks on a stamp. Also making sure you have even pressure on your block so that one of them doesn't get more pressure than the other. One more time. And then I'm going to make sure what else we need to stamp, and then we'll do a little bit of cutting out just for one card, and then it will be Monica's turn. Oh, somewhere in between all of that, we'll do a giveaway too. Okay, we got our With Love with our peach and our Always and Always. Let me just check and see if there's anything else we still need to stamp. Grab my cards. We got everything stamped for this guy, everything for that one, everything for that one, and everything for this one. We did it. We got our stamping done. Now we just need to do a little bit of cutting out. Okay. We're just going to cut out one of each of those today to make the one card we're making together. So I'm going to cut out one with All My Heart. And I'm going to give you a few cutting tips. This is nice because they're straight, but I'll give you a few tips if you were going around something curvy too. I do like to leave a little bit of that white border because it hides imperfections if you didn't cut something perfectly along the line. And then when you put it on a contrasting color, you can see all the mistakes you made. Whereas if you leave that little white border, I feel like it helps the stamp pop a little more too, but it also hides a lot of boo-boos. Okay, so With All My Heart, and then we need one of the You Are the Best. I also like to cut, if I have a bunch of things stamped on here, I like to just roughly cut them out and then cut them in the small piece like this instead of trying to cut them out of that large piece. You just have so much more control. Also, when you're cutting, watch, I'm moving my paper and not my scissors. So that's something to remember when you're cutting something that has, like if you're cutting around a flower or some leaves, move your paper instead of your scissors and it will be a much smoother cut. These go to card number 2, so you can add those to the stack for card number 2. Then we've got these toffee ones. Let's cut one of the Just a Little Note to Say out.
Fun fact about the microtip scissors while we're talking about it. I have a couple friends and family members that have gotten married over the years since I worked here, and I always give them like a little like ring cleaner or something like that, just a little gift basket when they get engaged or something. And I always, always, always put the microtip scissors in that little gift basket because they are so great to have all over the place. Whether it's a nail or a snag in a dress or paper or whatever, like they are seriously the best.
I bet you get lots of comments on them too.
Yep.
Okay, this little, just a note to say, goes to the hello card, which is card 4. Okay, then we also need one of each of these little peach ones that we stamped with love and always and always.
Someone asked over time they feel like their ink pad gets a divot in the center.
It's probably because they're pushing really hard and that's the only place that they're inking their stamp, which is why I like to walk it around my pad.
Yeah, that was the question, is how would you negate that happening on your pads?
I would just make sure I was walking around my pad a lot on every stamp. And you don't, if your stamp is inked, if your stamp pad is inked well enough, you don't need to push that hard. It's better to, as you're inking it up, continue to walk than to go like this. And I see people do this all the time. They put their block and then they go like that. See, now there's a bunch of things that are happening when you're doing that. You are creating that divot in your pad because you're pushing so hard. But also you're probably getting a bunch of ink all around the edge of your stamp, and if you're not careful when you stamp, you get that on your project. That happens even when you're careful sometimes. So I always like to, when I'm stamping and I can see I've gotten ink on the block, before I stamp it, after I've inked it, I'll just wipe that off the edges really quick and then stamp. But it solves both of those problems if you're careful when you're inking. Okay, these are going to go in the stack for project 1. Then that takes care of all the little words that we need, but keep these because you'll need them when you build the rest of your cards. Now we're going to build one hello. So grab your hello that's on the die cut. I'm going to bring that card over here. And let's grab all those hellos we stamped. I'm just going to put my stamp set away since I'm done with that. Okay. So our H is peach. We just keep that just like it is. We're also going to need some adhesive, so grab your adhesive. Then we're going to need a toffee E. So I'm just going to do a rough cut of the E. Oh, here you'll be able to see me go more around things. I've rough cut that E so that it's easy for me to hold and go around. Now watch my paper. Can you see that it's what's moving instead of my scissors? Now I need to go inside that little jig jag in the E. And I'm just moving my paper and I'm going to have a nice smooth rounded cut.
I could watch you fussy cut all day.
I love fussy cutting. I know some people don't love fussy cutting.
I am one of them, but I could watch you do it all day.
It's kind of like watching someone paint or something, right? It just kind of, you get a little hypnotized. Okay, so we're going to put a little adhesive on our E and add it right over the top of the E in the stamped hello. I think fussy cutting is something that I can do and actually pay attention to, like a show. So I do a lot of fussy cutting when I'm watching ball games or a movie with my husband. Okay, now we need the first L from Evergreen. Isn't this a fun technique? This is called paper piecing. You can do the same thing with a stamp that isn't solid, that's like a lined stamp. So let's say you have a flower that has leaves with it, and you stamp that flower once on a pink cardstock and once on a green cardstock in black ink, and then once on like a white daisy piece of cardstock. Then it's really easy for you to be able to cut out the flowers in pink and glue them onto that white daisy piece you stamped, and then cut out the flowers in pink and the leaves in green and add them, and it looks like you've colored it in. Kind of like this just looks like the stamp somehow got stamped in all these colors. Okay, we're going to trim the second L. I am leaving that little border. I can't remember if I said that or not.
You did.
Oh, well, good. Now you know it twice.
Oh, some people are saying they could color all day long, but no fussy cutting. I do not like to fussy cut.
But look at that, you guys. Tell me it's not worth it for this hello.
It's so cute.
Okay, let's do the last letter we need here, which is the papaya O. You could have just stamped each of these words one time and switched around which letter was which color. But I did it so that you could have it look just like the sample. But if you had just stamped them each one, then you could do one royal E, one royal L, one, you know, and then you would not have to stamp them as many times.
Someone said my fuzzy cutting looks awful when I'm done.
Maybe it looks a little fuzzy. There we go. We got our hello for the card for Monica to build and for you guys to build yours. And I think that concludes my portion, other than we do have a giveaway. So let's take a look at what we're giving away. Oh, perfect timing. We have the pumpkin spice Picture My Life cards,
Ooh,
which
so
are
cute.
really cute, right? And perfect for pocket scrapbooking. Cassidy's favorite color Harbor's hiding in there.
Ooh, I love it.
And they're also great to use on top of cards or like to use as accents on scrapbook pages. So let's take a look at who our winners are. Congratulations to you. If you see your name on the slide, here's what you need to do. If you are a Close to My Heart customer, then you're going to want to email us at the address you see in red on your screen, ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com, with your name and address, and then we will drop your prize in the mail to you. If you're a Close to My Heart maker, then when you place your next order, you'll see a little prompt on the screen that lets you do a checkbox to add this to your order, and it'll get dropped in the box of your order for free, and it will arrive when your order comes right in that same box. So we are going to stay right here on this video, and I just lost my train of thought. I didn't know we were going back to my face.
Monica's on her way.
Monica's coming up next, and so you'll see a little slide come up on your screen saying that we'll be right back, and then she'll be back in just a couple of minutes ready to create your cards with you.
Hi, welcome back. I hope you had a nice little break there. Wow, wasn't Karen amazing? What a marathoner she is. She did all the
Woo!
prep and all that hard, heavy
Oh,
lifting.
thanks, Mom. You,
You
get to
did
do all the
awesome.
stenciling, though.
I am going to do all the stenciling, and I am just, again, warning you. Have baby wipes or some kind of wet cloth or something because they're going to be doing a lot of cleaning. I'm very meticulous about the clean space as we stencil. We're also wiping our stencil every time after each stenciling session, if you will, with each color. And I use a lot, and I mean a lot of washi tape. So hopefully it doesn't drive you bananas, but it's the only way I can get this beautiful result, and I do believe it's worth it. So this is like your crafting zen moment of I'm going to be doing all this beautiful crafting to have a beautiful result, but it's going to take some time. So buckle up, buttercups, because we're in for some stenciling bonanza.
Buckle up, buttercups.
You messed it up. I did it so good.
No, you did.
All right, let me show you what colors we're using first. And you can see I've already practiced. So I've got my little brushes ready to go. Here are my blending brushes. We're going to need peach, papaya, royal, toffee, sage, and evergreen. And I have assigned a brush to each one so I don't have to stop and clean. But if you don't have that many brushes, you can definitely do that by running it under some water until it runs clear, maybe adding a little tiny bit of dish soap, but you're gonna have to let those air dry in order to use it with a new ink color, okay? You can also kind of do it if it's a light shade and you're going to another light shade, you can just kind of rub it off on a scratch piece of paper till it doesn't have any more ink, and you can pick up another color of ink. But like the cooking shows, this is me doing it fast, okay? So, well, really not fast. I also have the instruction sheet. We're going to use both sets of stencils. So I have the standard size and the slim line of the quadrant circles and the plaid stripe ones as well. So we're going to use both sets of those. And they will get stained, especially with the royal and evergreen. And that's perfectly fine. Yesterday, someone gave us a beautiful little line about the stencils or any kind of tool that you use. It's a tool, not a jewel. So it is totally fine for it to have some stains. It doesn't affect the functionality at all. Okay, we're going to do one of each card. So remember, your kit allows you to make 4 of each card. But for time's sake, I'm going to just teach you one of each card as we put them together. And warning, I have taken some cold medicine, so hopefully I'm not a little loopy. And if I miss a step or anything like that, you guys will let me know in the comments. I've got Karen and Cassidy here to keep me on task.
We won't let you slip, don't
Yes,
worry.
thank you. So if I do miss a step, please, please, please call it out and let me know. And I guess we're ready. Let's get going. We're going to do card number 1. And we're going up to the close-up because I know you love the close-up look. Isn't that just beautiful? What a beautiful tone-on-tone color are the tones of the toffee. This one doesn't have a lot of multicolor on it. It's beautiful. And again, Karen's done a lot of the heavy lifting on this and getting everything prepped. We're also going to be using our acrylic shapes. And you can use a glue dot or liquid glass, or sometimes if it's wide enough, I just use our adhesive and I find that it sticks. So it's up to you what adhesive you'd like to use. You'll need your card bases and envelopes as well. And we've got those in both sizes. I've got them right here next to me. Get my glasses on. We are good to go. Okay, this is what I've got. I'm going to use this because I only have this thin washi, but I'm also going to use this, and I'll show you in a little bit how I use this. But I do find that our masking tape, which is awesome for thin cuts and really masking, for masking, it's great. But for keeping a stencil in place, not so much. But I need the width of this, and I'm going to use this washi. It's just like a retired washi that we used to have. So it's still got the more tacky than this is, and that's why I have that here. All right, let's go ahead and bring in, let me grab, sorry, I'm gonna grab some at the top of my head. Okay, this one, remember where Karen was like, 1 D&E on one piece? I don't get it, but here you go. I'm going to show you why it's that way. What it is it's this piece here cut in 2. We're stenciling at one time and then cutting it in half so that we have both pieces for this project. So that really does save time.
Thank you, Pamela. That was brilliant.
Yeah,
That
really
would be
smart.
so nice.
Really, really smart. So we're gonna put some washi tape on the back of our piece here, 1D, 1E, and I'm gonna put it down on my Versamat. I also still kept this paper here, this little scratch paper here, because I'm gonna do some pouncing off with my ink and distress or my brush so that you can see that I'm not gonna come in so stark, because some of these little quadrants are lighter than others, and so I want to have not as much ink. And if you go directly picking up ink with the brush onto your work surface, it's going to give you a more stark look, and that's not what we're going for on some of the quadrants. Okay, let's do it. I wore this sweater because it was freezing in the studio, and now I feel like it is just in the way, and I probably shouldn't take my shirt off.
Woo! Well, you're not being shown.
Yeah,
You can put it
no.
back on in time.
The
Could you
girls
lift
in
your
the
sleeves up,
studio
like,
to have a
tall enough?
show. Okay, now you know I'm on medication because I'm talking crazy right now. All right, so we're gonna look. There's two stencils that are the card size stencils. Okay, the just regular size card. Now, what we're gonna do is based on our instruction guide, it tells us which she assigned to be stencil 1. So how I know is that on the guide, it shows 2 of these little lines right here. Did this yesterday, and let me grab some colored cardstock. I don't normally craft with a sweater, so that's why it's like. All right, so here is the standard size one. You can see, hopefully with that glare. How does that show up, girls? All right.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so there's 2 lines here and 2 lines here with the connected quadrant right here. Okay, they're like, these aren't even full quadrants, okay? That is the top of my stencil 1. So this is the top of stencil 1. The reason I'm not marking it, like some people have suggested, is because we're going to keep using it for other projects and people haven't labeled them the same way. So we want to keep it, I'm going to have to move that out of the way. We want to keep it, you know, so that we can use them for multiples. Now what I'm going to do is, you see those 2 little lines up here? This is the left top corner. We're going to bring that up and put this quadrant underneath that one on the corner of my cardstock. And that's how I know where I start, okay? And all I'm doing is following the instructions. That's it. But at first when you look at it, you think, oh, this is crazy, this is hard, like it's like a puzzle, but it really isn't once you figure out you have the key, right? The solution. So here I'm going to now use just regular washi tape because it's a little stickier. You can use masking tape even, you know, but just something that's easy to take off. And I'm going to put some down at the bottom so that my stencil doesn't move while I use my distress brush. This is bugging me, so I'm going to put some washi down here. Okay, we're going to do a little bit more at the top of this. And then for good measure, because I don't want this wiggling, I do some on each side as well. So this is really what takes the longest, is the washi tape and wiping this clean. Now you're going to need a wet source and a dry source for cleaning because we're using the same work surface and we don't want our cardstock to get wet. So I've got baby wipes and paper towels. That's what I've got. That's what I'm going to use. Okay, so we're ready with this one. I'm going to move this out of the way. And we're going to use toffee ink. So we're using toffee ink. I'm going to just put it right here. Hopefully, let's see. Move over just a little so you can see me bringing that in. There we go. Okay, now we're going to put some off on our scratch paper so that it's not so harsh. And lightly, with not a lot of pressure, do the lighter distressing with toffee, okay? Because we want it to have different tones of the same color. And what's so cool about these brushes is that you can get that. You can get so many different color layers based on doing the pouncing technique there onto your scratch paper, as well as the pressure you put on the head. Obviously, the harder you push down, the darker the ink will be because you're pushing that ink onto your cardstock. So you can see, so pretty. And I know that these can be intimidating. Believe me, I was very intimidated to begin with. But once you figure out the patterns, wow, so cool, so many options. And you can move the stencil, you can rotate the stencil, you can flip the stencil, you can do it vertical, horizontal, different sections. Like I'm not using these pieces up here, which is fine. That's not what I want to use anyway. So that's really cool. Okay, so we're done with the first layer. Let's put that off to the side. We're going to pick these up. I didn't get ink on them, so I'm saving them off my workspace here so I can reuse them and don't have to cut more. But I do recommend if you get ink on these pieces, then I would replace them because you don't want to ink transfer just, you know, on your brush or your fingers. Okay, now I'm going to gently move this out of the way so I don't have to get ink or water on it or anything like that. And I'm just going to use a baby wipe. That's what I have handy. You could use your chamois too. And then I'm going to wipe this down. And why? Because we're going to keep using the same stencil, but different shapes of it, different parts of it. And also this work surface here, clean that off. Make sure one more pass. Now this is where you need the dry because you don't want this wet when you stick it back onto your cardstock. No, did too much. It's one of those half sheets. So we're going to just dry that off. Let's dry off this section. Ooh. Go. Dry off the back. We don't want our paper to get wet, smear ink, or warp it. Okay, that feels pretty dry. I've also been known to use my sweater to dry. Okay, let's bring back our piece we're working on. Same, this is the top part of it. Okay. And now we're going to use the same stencil. Remember, these two little things were at the top. And we are going to flip it. And there we go. And now you can see how I'm lining up the quadrants. Do you see that? So this layer's at the top not being used. There's a second layer, a third layer, a fourth layer. So it's the fifth layer down once I flipped it. So let me show you again. This is how I started. This is the front of layer 1 or stencil 1. And then I flip it and bring it up. You see that? I can't tell you how long it took me to figure that out, so you're welcome. Now, and once you see it, you get it. Like, oh yeah, that totally works. Totally. So there you go. What's that? Okay, hold on a second. Pause for one moment. Okay, now you don't see my big bulky sleeves. It was good in theory. And I'm great now.
You look very fallish.
Fallish, yes. So I'm lining these up and now I've got a cute black t-shirt on. Thank you, Cass and Karen. All right, we're gonna put our washi tape down. And you can see I've lined up my top and bottom quadrants. Okay. I actually feel like it shifted a little bit. Hold on a second, my friends. All right, take 2. Okay, got that down. Let's line up our quadrants again. Make sure they're all lined up where I want them to be. Yep, that looks great. That's perfect. Okay. And the thing I learned when I was practicing this was I was focused on the top quadrant and I thought, well, as long as the top quadrant's lined up, then the rest will line up. They don't, because it shifts a little bit and you may not have, you don't have like a guard or gauge up here. So you need to make sure that the bottom is also lined up so you don't misalign these at the bottom too. Okay, now these quadrants, we're using the same ink, Toppy ink. These quadrants are actually a little more bold, if you will. Let me make sure I've got this right. Yeah. Hold on, I'm looking at my sample. And this is the one I made earlier. Oh, this is not right, you guys. It looks like
make it up as you go, Mom.
it looks like it's right.
Yeah, it does. The first couple pieces are, right?
Yeah, but
You
it's
can
not.
and you can always move it around to fill in spaces.
You can, but I know it works and I've did it several times. So let me just figure that out again. I have it flip it and go up. This was this way. That was that. And then we flip it. And make sure that's the right piece. Yeah. It's going to be flip it and slide up. I mean, it fits, but something is amiss. Maybe I didn't flip it. Let's see. Man, being under the camera, I've done this 3 times, no joke.
I'm gonna say
So different.
I've seen you do it, and it looked amazing.
Here it is. I found it.
Yay!
Okay. We don't flip it. I mean, we did flip it, and then we move over to the left. There we go. I see it now. Do you see it? I hope you do. Okay, this is how I know.
We see it.
Here's this little quadrant corner there. Lining that one up. And lining that one up. I got it. Okay, we got it. Okay, got it. Whew. So we had it this way. I flipped it and then scooted it over and brought it up just a little bit. Okay, scooted it over to the left, brought it up. That's how we found it. But they really, if they work together for you that the other way, that works too. It just makes the second, third and fourth layer a little bit different. All right, these ones are bolder. So you can just kind of start off on your stencil and then go in hard. And I'm putting more pressure and you can already see, look at that. It's bringing in the darker color, that darker shade. And I'm using the same exact ink pad. Oh, there we go. And I'm kind of sliding it in and then adding more pressure, okay? I'm like literally practiced 3 times, you guys. Okay. Bring that in. There we go. So pretty, huh? Look at that. Again, it's the same ink color. Yeah, that's pretty. Okay, I love it. Okay, we're done with that layer. So that was step 2 of stencil 1. So now we're done. Look at how pretty that is. We're done with stencil 1. It's really pretty.
While you've got that turned on, Cassie, we just got a question about if you labeled your stencil, would that help? Well, it would if you're only using it for this workshop, but you can use these stencils in so many different configurations, and the other workshops that we've taught and are teaching this week use them differently. And so if we labeled them like we're using them for this workshop, it wouldn't be the same when you use it for another one.
Yeah,
that's right.
And so that's the answer. But if you're only using them for this workshop, you certainly could label them
Yeah.
and it would help you a lot.
Right.
And in fact, I actually had some that I labeled and I left them somewhere. But because I only used it for this workshop, you know.
Mhm.
All right, we're not going to use this one for now, so we're going to just let that air dry over to the side. And now I'm going to dry off my workstation. There we go. Okay, dry. Now we're going to bring it back in, same piece. And remember, this is a 2-for-1. So we're doing 1 stencil of this one, but then we're going to cut it in half. All right, now we're going to bring in the second stencil of the quadrants. This one hasn't been used yet. So the way that you know which way is, here's the key. Let me make sure I've got this right. Yeah, okay. Where did that lagoon? So what we're looking for is a quarter of a quadrant and then this stripe quadrant kind of kitty corner to it. Okay, that's the top left side, this right here. So this is what we're using. This is stencil 2. So this is the front of stencil 2. And then we're let's see. Front of stencil 2. Slide up. Oh, no. See, it's like a puzzle, you guys. We can do this. I said slide up. Stencil 2. I'm going to look at my sample. Hold on a second. Doing light. So we're doing light. So what I'm looking for is, I might need to flip it. Let's flip it and see if that's better. Yep. Here's one configuration that I found. Okay, this one looks right. So here's that configuration. This was flipped. I think this is actually step 4, but we're going to go with it because it's fitting and it looks right and it is right. So it's this one here. You can see, look at that. You see these two here? And so we're going to go in dark on those. So let's go ahead and do that. And then once those are in place, it'll be easy to find that other step. Okay. Got it. We got it. Everything looks lined up to me.
It looks great.
So let's go ahead and do, and we're doing the darker toffee on this one, on this step. So let's do that. Bring in the darker toffee. And again, off onto my stencil, onto this piece here, darker. See that? So good. And I'm just kind of going in a little circle. With the stripes, I go up or down, just so they don't wiggle. Those little lines in the middle don't wiggle. Go. Pretty, huh? Yeah. I think that's it on this one. There weren't many to fill in, but still, impact, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I also think it's okay if there's a few little blank spaces here and there. I think it's nice. It just gives it a little more room to breathe.
All right, let's move that out of the way. And now we're going to clean the stencil and clean our work surface and do the last pass on this piece. And then we'll build our card. Okay, we'll have clean, clean, clean. Okay, and then I bring in my napkin. I've got one here. Dry that off. There we go. Okay. One more pass on this one. Let's find what we were missing. Technically it's step 3. Let me just line that up again. Find the top. These are the bottoms. This way. All right. There we go. See how much easier it was to find once I filled in those other ones? Okay. I needed to slide it up more was the problem, but now I've got it. Oh, let's see. Where was it? Here. There we go. All right. So there's one, that little quarter quadrant, this kitty corner one, and another stripe one, and that was it. That's at the top. Let me just line those up. have it. Okay. Just want to line them up just right, you know? Okay, got it. Again, I'm using the same washi because I didn't get ink on it because it's far apart, spread apart. Some of them I did, yesterday's I did. Okay, this one's going to be a light touch, guys. So what that means is ink, pounce, go in, light, not a lot of pressure. I'm still holding it to control the bristle or the brush head, but not too much pressure pushing down. So pretty. It is like a little brain teaser, but once you see it, it's really beautiful. Look at that. Oh, so pretty. And that piece is done. Do you like it?
Yeah.
Was it worth it? I hope so. So hope so. Okay, let's take this off. And now we're ready to cut that piece. So you'll bring your paper trimmer back in, and then we'll start assembling our card. This t-shirt's a blast from the past.
I ran to the back to see what I could find, and it was between that or like incentive trip shirt.
Monica, do you remember when we wore those together?
I do remember. We looked dang cute in them.
Yeah.
We made them here on our Cricut machine.
Yeah.
Was
And
that for the?
it was for Roots Tech. It's
I
a big
I
conference
did that
here.
with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a big conference they do here in Salt Lake every year. That's like a family history conference. In fact, I think it's happening soon, or maybe just happened, because this is actually National Family History Month. And it's really cool. You learn all kinds of things about finding your family history and all amazing classes on preserving your family history. It's really a cool place. And we had a booth there. And Monica and I think Cassie too, all three of us, we all worked together in our story shirts.
We sure did.
That's awesome. It was a fun event. All right, remember this piece is 3.5 inches wide, and we're gonna cut it to 1.5 inches. So we're gonna slide that over. We need it to be 3.5 inches wide and then 1.5 inches long. And we're gonna cut that in half. Okay, those are the two pieces we needed. Hopefully you can see that. And now we're ready to assemble.
They're asking to see the shirt, but you guys will see it at the end when she closes.
All
for
right,
sure.
here.
We
For those
will
you can
show
put-
you
you
for
can
sure.
show- you
Do you
can
want to
see
show? Okay, we'll show you now.
Oh, let me get my glasses off.
It
It says
Cute, right?
story.
So
Did it say
cute.
close to your heart or not? No, they still don't have anything. Story.
So cute.
Blast from the past. All right, back to work. Back to work. That way, in case you weren't going to stay for the whole broadcast, because it's going to be a longie. All right, we've got these two pieces. This is the card we're making, remember. Let's bring in all the other pieces we need. Karen did a beautiful job of stamping. We've got Thinking of You. We need 1C, just one of each, 1B, 1G, 1F, 1A, and then we need the little sentiments with love and always and always. You want to make sure too your fingers are clean, that you don't have ink on your fingers, guys, because that will transfer. Don't want that. Okay, so here are all the parts and pieces we need. And then we need our card base. And let me get my instruction sheet. Okay. And this, if you follow the instructions, you can do all the stenciling at once, or you can do it the way I'm doing it, one card at a time. That's how I did it yesterday, so that's why I'm doing it this way. So we're gonna add, let's go ahead and attach 1A. So here's my card base. Now there's a ridge that kind of sticks out. It's an outie, then the innie, and we do the mountain in, and the valley out, and that gives you the perfect fold on your card every time. Card doesn't wiggle, move around. And let's go ahead and add adhesive to 1A. Do they like the shirt? Okay. And that to the front of this card base. Okay, great. Now we're going to add our little parts and pieces. Let's do that. We'll add, it doesn't matter which one you use at the bottom. Oh, it opens this way too, so you know. Okay, we're going to add this piece here on the left-hand side of my card base, and leave about a 1/8 of an inch left. Okay, then we're going to add, let's actually add 1B. Yeah, let's do 1B. Here's 1B. And we're going to add that right next to that piece we just laid down. It goes this way and this way. Okay. Then we're going to do 1C on top of that piece. So pretty with the two, the front, the dark side and the light side.
Mountain in, valley out. Nice tip, Monica.
I didn't come up with it. A maker did actually. Okay, then I've added this piece here already, and then let's go ahead and do this piece. This is 1F. And that's just going to go slightly above, about 1/8 of an inch. This little stenciled piece here. Then we're going to do 1G. Using that beautiful two-tone paper. Okay, then we're going to add this piece that we just stenciled. Great. Coming together so quickly. Then we're going to have the thinking of you, and we're going to add some thin width 3D foam tape. Okay, I'm going to use this one. My scissors. A little bit down at the bottoms of this card, or this sentiment. Okay. Oh, let me add some on that T. I had some on my finger anyway. Perfect. Okay, let's take that off and add it to the front of our card. Then we'll do the same thing with love, always and always. We'll add some 3D foam tape. This is kind of at a slant, you can see. The T's a little bit above that light side of peach. There we go, so cute. Now let's do with love and always and always. And this usually happens to be the exact same width of this. Now, if you don't want to waste it, that's fine, but I don't want to trim tiny pieces of this. Yep, fits perfect. Let's go ahead and trim that. So we've got with love, and then we have always and always.
Okay, here's a question while we're plugging this out. What is your snack of choice, salty or sweet? There, leave it on. Karen, what do you
I think both. And here's how it works. You eat a bunch of sweet, then you go, oh my gosh, I need something salty. Then you eat a bunch of salty and go, oh no, now I need more something sweet.
It's
It
a
never
vicious
ends.
cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle.
That's so true.
Monica, salty or sweet?
I'm with Karen both.
I am too.
Okay, so I did always and always. You can see it goes right up at the bottom here with just a little border of that light side of sage showing. And then we've got the with love that kind of sticks out a little bit more than the word always, and right above always and always. Look at that, so cute. Now let's go ahead and add our white bow, our clip bow.
Ashley, are you salty or sweet? I think I'm more salty. But I feel like salty people are healthier. Everyone I know that would much rather eat a salty snack, I feel like they're these healthy people.
I think the real question is, with sweet, is it fruity or chocolate?
Oh, that's a
Chocolate.
good
Chocolate.
question. Did you
Chocolate.
guys hear that? Ashley said that she thinks the question is when you eat sweet, is it fruity or chocolatey? For me, it's definitely chocolatey. How about you guys? All chocolatey?
Chocolatey for
Yeah.
sure. But I'm a sour candy girl.
Me too.
I
I like
love
sour
sour
candy.
candy.
I don't like sweet
That means we're
fruit
done.
flavored candies, but I like sour fruit flavored candies.
Sour fruit.
Okay, we are done with card 1. Yay! Here is card 2. Card 2.
And that was a hard stencil.
That was, well, it gets better.
Hang on to your horses.
Yeah. What did I say?
Buckle up, Buttercup.
That's what I said. Okay, buckle up, Buttercup. So this one actually is super simple. This one is really easy. We're doing a slim line size, and we're using peach and papaya inks. So I've got those here handy. And then we're using the slim line stripe or plaid stencil. That's what it's called, plaid. Technically, it's called plaid. So let's go ahead and add some washi to the back of this. And what happened to my washi? Oh no. Oh, here. Literally right next to my hand. Right next to it. Right next to it. Okay, gonna add some too. So that doesn't move around. What are people saying in the comments?
Salty and sweet. Some people say no sour.
Oh, I do like a good sour.
They're chocolatey sweet people. So, okay, Ashley asks, are you a sweet fruit person or a sweet chocolate person?
Okay.
Chips and chocolate. Wow, that's
We're going to do the thinner stripe. So we're going to call this one Stencil 1. Let me just look at my sample. I mean, there's a sample right in front of me, but I meant my instruction sheet just to make sure I'm leading you, guiding you in the right way. Okay, so we're doing the smaller stripe, and it's going from left to right diagonally. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Our first swipe of this one's going to be in papaya. And you just want to make sure you're lining up those stripes so that you don't have the edges, you don't show the edges, so that you look like the swiping stripe is going all the way across your card. I hope that makes sense. Because there is a beginning and an end to those, and you want to make sure it's lined up where you don't see the beginning or ends. Does that make sense? Okay. Seriously, why do I keep losing my washi? I
You need a magnet sheet for
It is right in the same spot it was before. I look up instead of to the side. So watch this, you guys. I'm going to pull one more piece of washi up, and then I'm going to put it above right here. Okay. So when I say, where's my washi? You guys say, Monica, just look above.
philosophy of life. Always look up.
That's right. Look up. That's what I was doing. I was looking up first and I didn't see it, and it panicked me. Okay. We're going to do papaya first. And this is pretty bold. So it's bright colors. So this is not a soft papaya, okay? So let's go ahead and I'm swiping down, stroke. You can swipe down or up, whatever feels comfortable to you. And sometimes what I do is I actually start off one direction and then I go the other just to get the color saturation the way I want it. Because it does tend to start off a little bit darker and then go light. So now I'll go this way. And the reason I don't go like this is because there's a tiny thin plastic line that I don't want to cross. And if I start to go back and forth, it gets wiggly, and you don't want that to jiggle, jiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh, here we
I'm
go.
on drugs. I'm
She's
on
on
drugs. I'm on
drugs. She's on
drugs.
drugs, everybody.
Guess I'm funny when I'm on drugs.
So while you're on drugs, do you mind if I take the next week off?
I'm not that drugged. It's
She
just,
hasn't answered me yet, Cassidy. Don't ask yet until I get.
and it's not even real drugs. It's Zyrtec.
It's not even a drug truck.
You know, like Sudafed or something.
Monica has this like secret cold, like when she feels a cold coming
It's
on.
so true. And it works. I swear by it.
It really does. Tell them what it is. The
Zicam?
magic elixir.
As soon as you get any indication that you're about to get sick, you do the nose swabs. There's Zicam nose swab. It sounds gross, and it is kind of gross, but I swear to you, it works. And you do it right before you go to bed, and you do it right when you wake up in the morning. And you maybe need to do it for 2 days, and then your cold is gone.
I've
And if-
done it, and I can attest it works.
And if you're already in cold state, like you're already cold, you already have a cold, it will cut your cold down. Like it'll nip it in the bud. So I love that one. And they do have other Zicam products, you know, like the nose spray and the, look, I did a too bold on that one. It's all right. My brush kind of dropped, and so it made a little pouncy. Anyway, I don't feel like those work as fast and effective as the actual, and it looks like a Q-tip, and it's really gooey. So that's why I said it's kind of gross. So make sure you have a tissue and you're doing it alone. Okay. Yeah, I like the way that looks. Okay, let's go on this side. Nice. And you see, by adding all the washi on all 4 sides, I have no wiggling or jiggling. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing. There we go. Okay. This way now. And once you get the hang of it, it really is quite enjoyable. You can just, you know, listen to your classical music. Wasn't that the main thing people like to listen to when they're crafting?
Classical.
Really? That was like the majority that said that?
Well, not majority, but a lot of people that said they like to listen to music were saying they liked it like classical music.
That's kind of cool. I have to admit, I love classical music, but I never just turn that on to listen to. I should.
Sounds
Try it
pretty
and
nice.
see.
It does.
It raises the vibration of your artwork. This way. Are you a guest speaker? We've got a guest speaker in the house.
A guest speaker. We have someone new to the show here. Introduce yourself.
It's a man.
It's a man.
I'm not new. I've been here the last 3 days.
Brian, I need you to come in here with a joke. So you have 5 minutes to think of a joke.
The first joke that comes to mind is one that, I don't know. It's ultimate. Okay. There's 2 birds. There's 2 birds. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
I'm remembering it. Okay.
Start over.
So there's 2 birds sitting on a perch. One turns to the other and says, "Do you smell fish?"
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Sitting on a perch because perch is a fish.
Oh, done.
Okay, we're cleaning our work surface now. So let's grab a wipe.
Yeah, your is it Zyrtec you were talking about?
Well, I'm just an allergy medicine, so that
No, but what's the
Zicam.
It's zinc, right?
Zicam. Yeah, I think it's zinc based, but it
Yeah,
has
zinc.
other like herbal type things.
Yep.
And it's the seasons are changing here in Utah big time. Lots of trees and lots of beautiful colors, but I'm for sure having some allergies, and I take Zyrtec not all the time, but just to kind of help because I could tell it was going into my ears. And but I have a little trick to the Zyrtec too. If you use children's Zyrtec, it's more effective and gives you relief faster than a pill because it's liquid.
You just have to like double the amount.
No, well, it has an adult dosage, even though it says children, so 10 mLs, and literally works instantaneously if you're having allergy symptoms. And it doesn't make you sleepy like Benadryl does.
Tip from
And
Dr. Mon.
don't use the generic brand. You need to use the Zyrtec brand. The generic brands don't work the same.
You know why that is? I can give you the reason why.
Tell us, wife of a drug man.
Generic brands only have to hit like 80% of the name brands of any kind of drug. And so that doesn't mean they're not good. There are some generic brands that are awesome, but you don't know which one you're going to get when you get a generic, from a pharmacy or something. So I don't know. This is how I do it. When it's something that is like life-saving or life-altering, I would always ask for the name brand. But when it's something like an Advil or something like that, I'm fine with a generic because, it'll be fine.
But I'm telling you, for Zyrtec, don't go with generic.
Noted,
Okay.
Noted.
Now we are using the wider slimline stencil. And this is how I know which side is which, okay? Obviously, I'm making a plaid, so I want them opposite of these ones, and that's what's happening here. But I also know that I want the peach down at the bottom to be all the way to the corner. So that's how I know that's the bottom. So that's the right bottom side. Okay, so let's go ahead and add that here. I hate that my watch is telling me to stand up. I've literally been standing for how many hours? Like what? Because I'm not moving.
Maybe you're not breathing because you're
I'm
Just march in place, Monica.
okay.
We're gonna let Monica do some jumping jacks for a minute.
You will not do that to me today, watch. All right. I'm gonna add my washi. Okay, you guys following along pretty good? Hopefully. You can see it's not intimidating once you figure it out, even though you saw me struggle a little bit with those, but they look great. Okay, now we're going to use the peach color. And this one is actually full peach too, which looks so pretty. So let's get started here. We'll do the bottom corner first. This one is wider, so I could go up and down, but now I've got, like, my hand is trained. Okay. Hey, we need to talk about something while I swipe. Oh gosh, crybabies.
We have to listen, for everyone that's not in this room, we have to keep it cold because the people that are behind the camera have like 900 lights on them. So it's really warm when you're up crafting, but also Karen's kind of a lizard.
But you do feel it feels warmer. It
Yeah,
does,
it's
Ash,
definitely
up
warmer.
here. Maybe
But then-
'cause it's adrenaline or something.
But then when you're sitting back behind the camera, it's Antarctica. So
Isn't that so pretty?
so pretty.
I love the papaya peach combo. Pamela Blackwell, what a beautiful designer. Beautiful lady. Fellow Texan. Love me a good Texan. That's where I was born and raised. But I've actually lived in Utah longer than I ever lived in Texas. But I'm still a Texan. Whoa, that was aggressive on my part. So let me calm down. Talking about Texas got me excited.
Don't mess with Texas,
Don't mess
Monica.
with Texas. Yeah, if you go on my desk, I actually have, thanks to another fellow Texan maker who gave me a cute Don't Mess with Texas mug and a Texas, Don't Mess with Texas little, I don't know what it's like, a coaster. It's really cute. At my desk.
I'm the same way, Monica. I've lived in Utah now for over 20 years. I lived in Washington for 13 years, and that's still kind of like my home base. That's my roots a little bit. I lived there.
Yeah, it's the roots, right?
I think
That's
it's
where
because that's where I went through all my schooling, you know, all my
Yeah,
elementary and
same.
high school. And
Yeah, I even did my first year of college in Texas. But I've lived in Utah now for 32 years. I can't believe it.
Moly.
32. I know, I'm only 32, but
Do you know, I never lived in Utah at all growing up, but I married a Utah boy, and we've been married 38 and a half years, and we've lived in Utah 1 year less than that, so 37 and a half years. So I've been in Utah. It took me a minute to do the math. I can find 8 on my camera, though.
you can
So-
find 8.
I'm 31 years old. So
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, just rub it in a little.
I've been here as long as Cassidy's been born. Yeah, 32 years. I can't believe it. And I love it. I love Utah so much. I think it's such a beautiful state. I just love it. I'm grateful I was able to raise my kids here. Still raising kids here. I just love the mountains. My hair does better here. Like, I do miss the humidity for my skin.
Yes.
I have Mexican parents, so I have good skin
you have
genes.
good hair genes in general.
Yes.
Even in
Oh.
humid climates, you still have bomb hair.
Well, not, you should see my high school pictures, junior high pictures. I had a crazy mop bro head.
Yeah, but Monica, we were in Thailand together. Monica has way more hair than me, and we both have naturally curly hair, but hers is curlier than mine. But in Thailand, Monica's hair was just fine, and mine turned into Monica from Friends. I walked into Monica's hotel room for a meeting, and she just burst out laughing.
Well, that's why when I went to Maui on the incentive trip, Monica had like this beautiful, luscious hair. And I have like fine blonde hair and it frizzes as soon as there's any humidity. I had a slicked bun, as I'm wearing right now, the entire time we were there. Not one time.
But you can rock that slick
Yes,
bun.
you
You
can.
look glamorous.
I can't. My hair will not do in humidity.
Brian, what do you do with your hair?
Different textures. What's going on?
I'd never noticed. I'm just glad there's still some up there.
Be a man.
That's awesome. Well, I do have curly, naturally curly, super thick hair. That was the bane of my middle school and high school existence, but now I'm grateful for it. Now that I know how to use hot tools. And my poor daughters, except for one, they all have their dad's hair, and it's like straighter and thinner. And Malia has luscious, amazing, gorgeous hair. And crazy enough, my boys all have super curly, thick hair.
So
And
do
they're
mine.
like, "Not
Monica, what
fair."
with that? Well, they did before they lost their hair. I have 2 bald sons now, but
Beautiful.
they had the curliest, thickest hair, and my daughter's hair is fine and thinner. Why is that? And the boys get the eyelashes.
Yeah,
too.
my boys
The
have
eyelashes.
amazing
Yeah.
It
eyelashes.
bothers me. Do you know how many times I've asked my husband if I could put mascara on him, and he's like, "Are you insane?" He's like, "No,
Just
not
to
happening."
see
I'm
what
like, "I
it
just
looks like
want
on
to
the
see what it
top."
looks like," because his eyelashes are so long.
Well, I wore eyelash extensions for 12 years, and my poor eyelashes have, wow. I've been giving them a break for the first time in 12 years, and I'm just like, I miss my lashes.
It'd be hard to not after you've worn them that long.
Yeah.
12 years, but it's expensive and time consuming, and I needed a break.
You have to lay there for so long when you get them done. So
So now I wear strips, eyelash strips, which are pain by themselves, but a lot cheaper and a lot less time consuming.
I think the other thing fun about strip lashes is you can change the look.
Yeah. you
Whereas
can.
with eyelash extensions, they pretty much look the same.
Okay, guys, so many pieces, but It comes together so fast. We've got 2A through L. Yeah, L. Oh wait, what's this one? 2D. And then we've got the thank you sentiment. And we've got with all my heart. With all my heart, you are the best. Wait, that's a weird sentiment. Okay. I don't get it. With all my heart, you are the best. Brian, words man? You are the best with all my heart.
Sure. It doesn't. I didn't design the card.
I know, but what's
I know,
the
but
right?
like, didn't you proof this stamp set?
Oh, thank you with all my heart.
Yes.
You are the best. Okay, my inflections
Just
and
kidding, we're throwing
pauses
you under
were
the
not
bus,
in the
right?
right spot.
What?
Okay, I got it. It's all
I just
about
got
the
here. Come on,
pause.
go easy on me.
Okay, Brian, important question. Salty or sweet? Snacks.
I definitely tend toward the salty.
How healthy are you?
How healthy are you?
He's healthy. He like runs every day.
He is.
That's not
He
true.
is. Yeah.
He hikes. He does all the outdoorsy stuff.
I run like once a month now.
Okay, well, you were quite the jogger, and every once in a
You
while,
ride
I
your
see
bike
him.
here all the time.
I see him walking.
Like
Very
once a
active.
week.
No, you're very active.
Do you feel like you're on attack right now? We're all like, no.
No, I do try to stay active, yeah. But I do tend toward the salty treats more than
that
sweet.
proves my theory.
She said people that eat salty snacks over sweets are typically healthier people.
It's my theory. There's no.
It's a
science
theory. There
behind
is no science.
The Karen Pedersen theory.
Karen Pedersen, the scientist, and Monica, the doctor. So, hope you all have learned
Yeah.
today.
Yes.
We need to have like a disclosure statement. all these recommendations have not been approved by the FDA. All right, I've added 2A and I'm going to add 2B at the bottom. That's when you know we've been crafting for a long time because we are just talking nonsense now. Okay, 2B. We're going to put that down at the bottom of the slimline card. Remember I did the valley or the mountain fold, the mountain little line fold on the inside. Okay, that's 2A and 2B. Then we have 2C. Let's go ahead and add that. Looks so good. Okay, got that on. And now we're going to do this piece here, which is 2D. I've been told I use way too much adhesive, but you know what? Rather to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that right in the middle of that piece. You see that? Okay, now that was 2D. Now we're going to do 2E. And these are all just flat, and then we're going to just layer on top of them. Let's see. I don't think the instructions show me exact placement, so we're just going to go with it. Oh, yes, it does actually. 2E. Actually, let's do the center one, and then we'll know how to do those other two sides. We'll measure from there. Let me put this back up here. Hold up, guys. Right. Okay, and we'll do this one. F. Oh, this is the same one. And we're going to go over like a 1/2 inch. And then 2G. So good. Then we're going to put the light sides up now on. Centered on top of that papaya piece. This is card number 2 for this workshop called Best Wishes, I think is what it's called. All the best wishes. And it's still available for purchase. So if you like what you see, you can still buy it. Aren't you so lucky? Let's go under promotions, under Say It With Style, which is the National Stamping Month campaign. And you'll see all 4 workshops there. This one's called All the Best Wishes. And it has the exclusive stamp set. It's awesome. Okay, now we're going to add the thank you sentiment with 3D foam tape. Go ahead and find 3D foam tape. There we go. That backing off, we're going to put that right in the center. So cute, right, you guys? Okay, now we're going to do With All My Heart, pause. You are the best. Thank you, with all my heart. You are the best. Okay. Let's go ahead and add it to You Are the Best. Ooh. Okay. Actually, let's go ahead and add the white acrylic pieces. Let's pick out what we need. Let me just dump these out over here off to the side and find things a little easier. So you've got this piece here, we're going to add right there. Then we're going to do a heart. And a flower with an open center and a star. Perfect. Oh, I'm so sorry. I had to sneeze. Thank you. Excuse me. Okay. You can add, like I said, you can add liquid glass. You can add glue dots, or I'm just using the adhesive because these are a little bit more wide. It gives me some coverage there. And then the last touch is going to be those sentiments that we just added 3D foam tape. Okay, so cute. Now we're going to do it With All My Heart. And it's going to go at the bottom of that stem and overlapping these little frames here, kind of like an extension from the thank you. And then the You Are the Best goes just on the white part. There we go. Okay, that is card number 2. So pretty, so pretty. Okay, put that off to the side. And now we are starting with card number 3. Let me bring that in for you to see. This is card number 3, yes? Yes. Oh, okay, I see what I did. I accidentally put some of 2 on pile 3. Okay, you're gonna need, oh, not that piece, sorry. This one, the one that says 3. Oh, you can't see what I'm showing you. Let me move my workstation down. Okay, whew. 3B, 3E, that's what we need. And this is the piece that we're going to be stenciling, and we're going to use the quadrant slimline stencil. Okay. Just adding some washi to keep this from moving. Do it this way. And we're going to do the same thing we did for card 1. We're going to stencil one piece and then cut it so that we have the tops and bottoms of our card. Let me just pull up my sheet. Here we go. Let me show you what it's going to look like. I do have a sample here. This one right here. This is what we're shooting for. Isn't that so pretty? Look at those colors. Isn't that so awesome? So pretty. So we're going to be using all the colors. Well, not quite, but a lot of the colors. So we have, let me make sure I've got the colors that you need. You need evergreen on this one. Can't see that. So we're going to need evergreen. That's our first one. Then we're going to need papaya, evergreen, papaya. Then we're doing royal, and finally toffee. So those are the colors you need for this one. Looks like tape in my hair. I'm like, wow, I'm getting crazy up in here. Okay, my friend, let's move the sample card off. We're going to bring in our stencils. And again, we're going to try to find stencil 1, step 1, stencil 1. And that one, yep, this is it. Wow, that was fast. That one has a striped quadrant on the left side. And then this little duo, that's how I know. This one is another striped quadrant and then a whole quadrant like kitty corner to it. Can you see that? And that's how I know where the top is, okay? So I'm going to line up the top. And what I've noticed too on my samples is that, let's see, we're going to line it up so that we have 1, 2, 3, yeah. You're only showing these two little white spaces, so it's kind of off a little bit from my sheet. So part of your quadrants are coming off your white daisy piece, and part of them are coming off of the left side and the right side. But what you're lining up is that top whole quadrant up here. And once you see me ink it, you'll see what I'm talking about. So let me go ahead and add some washi tape. Still have some that I cut before. Okay, this is card 3. That one feels a little iffy, so I'm gonna do this. There we go. Okay, now our first color we're gonna do is the evergreen color. And we're going in a little lighter, actually. I did my sample bold, but if you look at the sample, that one's actually light. So I'm just getting some ink on, I'm pouncing it off to the right, and I'm just gonna come in and do a light swipe.
I know we've been saying this over and over, but it's so great that with these stencils, you have so much control and so much versatility over the application. Like, not only the color choices, but also how you're applying those colors
Absolutely.
and how dark and how rich you want them to be. It's just so fun. And people have been saying in the comments, oh, wouldn't this be great in this color combination? And you absolutely can do that once you have the stencils.
Lots of possibilities. I'm just trying to help you with the same pattern, but make your own pattern. Like Karen was saying earlier, like you don't have to follow this way of doing it. Flip it, swap it, bop it. What's the, you know, all those things. My kids loved bop it.
Did you guys have that funny one where it has the different like comb it, drink it, sing it? Like
No.
we have one that has extra actions. It's not just bop it, but you have to like take a selfie with it and stuff. Like it had like these other poses that you would do.
That is fun.
And cradle it. I'm trying to remember them all, but my kids could go crazy with it. We have to take the game and hide it in the top of the closet every once in a while.
Because it's just too much.
They get on a roll with it. But that's
All right, we're done with the evergreen. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Let's take this off. so we can clean our workspace and clean the stencil. So let's clean the stencil. I'm even cleaning the washi. Look at that. Yeah, it's important to clean the stencil in between colors, you guys. Really, really important. Make sure we got it all. And also double check your fingers and make sure you don't have any ink on your fingers. That's dry. Getting a napkin. Let me take off my washi. I should have done that. So we're gonna flip this stencil. Now dry. Okay, all dried. Now we're going to bring back our piece. Let's do that. See that all right? And then with the same stencil, remember this is what we did before, we're going to flip it. And we're going to do, let me remember, what color's next? Papaya ink. So we're doing the papaya. Okay. That's what we're doing. Okay, let me show you again. This is what we did first step. Flip it. And now I'm bringing this. Actually, I'm going to line up. Let's line up this stripe piece next to the green stripe that we just did, the evergreen stripe. Okay. And you see how that all lines up? Look at these. So cool, right? Look at that. Oh, so good. I can't believe I laid it down so perfectly. Don't move. Don't move. Put that washi on there.
It's a good thing we caught it on video.
I know. Can't believe it. Like, how did I do that? I didn't even do that once practicing. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, now we're going to bring in papaya. And this one's bold papaya. The bold papaya. That sounds like a book or something. Or a cartoon. I don't know. All right, so here we go. Ready? Go in. Just do it. Stencil. So good.
Your bold papaya book title made me think of the movie Elf, where his company is coming up with a new children's book and they're brainstorming the different fruits or vegetables that could be the protagonists. Do you remember this?
I do remember.
The main author is like, no, you can't go with, I can't remember which one they were going with. You can't go with that one. It's too tender. It bruises too easily.
I've never seen Elf all the way through.
Oh, I love it.
I've seen parts of it, and I think that's why I've never watched it all the way through. Like, I'll be in the room while my family's watching part of it, and then I'm like, I don't need to watch it. I already saw that whole part. So, I don't know. One day I'm going to watch it from start to finish.
It's worth watching at least once.
Hope you find your dad.
I'm not like a, rabid elf fan, but that part is funny. And
Okay.
it is a classic.
We are done. Ta-da! I just feel so proud of these pieces. The stencils make me feel like an artiste. Okay. Well, Bold Papaya sounds like a good children's book. So I'm going to make my fortune, you guys. Writing a book about a papaya. That has an afro growing up and then learns to tame its hair. Oh my gosh, it's coming together. It's coming together.
Maybe we should have it be a whole cast of close to my heart color characters, that work together. Something about an evergreen forest that it has to go through.
Okay, Brian's going to be my co-author.
And it has
Can you be my
magical
ghostwriter?
toppies. Wow.
Ashley said then they'll go on a journey.
The Bold Papaya. And the
I think that sounds like a restaurant, not a book.
Royal Purple. Okay, that is dry. Now we're going to bring back our piece we're working on. Okay, we're going to bring in stencil 2 now, and let's find the configuration of stencil 2. Okay, here we go. What I'm looking for is on the left side, a quadrant that is the whole piece, and then a striped quadrant facing this direction, like the point is at the top. And that tells me what I'm looking for. And what I'm lining it up with, let's see, what are we doing? Which color? Let me make sure. Oh, we're doing royal. I'm going to line up the purple, oh my gosh, the stripe at the very top of this stencil is going to go right next to that papaya piece. Okay, let's make sure it's lined up even at the bottom. Remember, I told you that matters. Okay, man, I'm getting so good at the lining up. First take, what is going on? People are like, we just want you to hurry up. All right.
Ruth Highland commented and said, I was watching the Lego movie with my grandson
Oh, that's such
when
a
he was
funny
about
movie.
5, and he said, Grandma, that dad is Elf. Because Will Ferrell is the
That's
actor.
right. My
I-
chiropractor looks like Will Ferrell. It's so weird and funny.
I think it's really funny to try to imagine connections between movies that have the same actor. So, like, Buddy the Elf gets married and grows up and has kids, and then it's the Lego movie as a sequel.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
One that I want to do is linking Mary Poppins and The Sound of Music. Because
Oh.
Julie Andrews, she's Mary, she's Maria, she's a nanny for the Von Trapp family, she's a nanny for the Banks children. I mean, there's some potential there for a mashup.
That's very wise, inventive thinking. Maybe not wise. Wise is a stretch. Okay, inventive, creative. Okay, I'm doing royal, and you can see bold royal, beautiful bold royal. So good, right, you guys? Do you love this color combo? Karen, without hesitation.
Lots of people have been commenting on this color combination. They love it.
This is going to stain your stencil. But remember, tools, not jewels. Tools, not jewels. Bold, bold royal. Deep royal. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a different. I feel like bold now papaya belongs to papaya. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, let's down a little corner down here. All right, lovelies. What do you think? We're good? Okay. Let's go ahead and close that royal up. Wow. I'm even impressed with that. Looks good. I'm taking my washi off. We're going to move this piece off carefully. I'm going to clean all this up. This is like a double white one with all this royal, deep purple. Because we're going to use this same stencil again by flipping it. But we really want to clean it good, okay? Probably should have done it on the all-purpose mat, to be honest with you, but here we are. I just dyed the Close to My Heart logo.
There's a lot of love for Royal. Heather Fort wishes that there was glitter paper or shimmer brush in Royal.
Oh, that would be pretty, the glitter paper. I agree with that.
Put it on the list.
Yep, send it in. Product suggestion form. And you want to make sure it's dry, guys. No wet. You don't want to put this wet stencil on top of your work of art. Okay. And you don't want to mix your colors, you know, so you just want to make sure it's really clean. Okay. I think we're good. All right, now let's bring that piece back in. And our final color for this piece is toffee. Okay. Now we're gonna find, I flipped it. Here was the way that we used this one. Here's that royal. Flip it. And now we're gonna line up. See, there's 3 of them at the top here that we aren't using. That's how I know to line it up. And now I'm lining it up to that quadrant right here. That was the evergreen. Actually, hold the phone. Not
I was
true.
about to ask. Wait, it
Not
looks
true,
like it's
not
lining
true.
up.
Okay, we're sliding it down to the top. That's the stripe. The stripe here is toffee. There we go. Okay, we got it, guys. We got it. Yep, that's how it works. That's the one. That's the one. That's the ticket. Okay. Oh man, I need some new washi. Okay, there you go. Okay, phew, got that down. Didn't want to shift it, you know? Okay. Okay. Now we're going to bring in our toffee. And here we go. I am pouncing a little bit on this one too. It's still pretty bold, but I don't want it to be totally saturated. I want to see some of that shading and shadowing, especially along those edges. It looks so good. There we go. Kudos to the designer. Beautiful job lining these up and configuring these. Okay, ta-da, done. We are done with this stenciling piece for card 3. What do you think? Do you love it? I hope you do. Hey, you know the drill. Time to clean up. Brusha, brusha, brusha. What does that come from? Brusha, brusha, brusha. Greece. That's right, it's from Greece.
I did not know that.
When they were having their sleepover.
We
They're
had
watching a commercial.
We had a kid's book called Hands Are Not for Hitting. And it's, you know, what our hands for. It's like directed at preschoolers. And one of them is for brushing teeth, and it says brusha, brusha, brusha on the
Oh,
page.
does it?
I did not know that was a Grease reference.
They stole it from Greece.
It wasn't a steal, it was a reference.
Oh, okay.
Said like a writer.
It was paying homage to it.
For those that don't know, the written word close to my heart comes from Brian Brown. Brian, how long
And-
have you been at
And
Close to
my
Your Heart?
team.
And your team, but
15 or 16 years, I don't know.
Plusage.
Depends on how you count. I first started in 2007.
A long time. All right, we're going to bring in our paper trimmer and trim this one up. Let's go ahead and cut this piece. Whoop. cut it into 3 1/8 to 5 and 2 5/8. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure. It is already that. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, 2 5/8. Okay, here we go. Hey, Miss Math Lady. Which eyelash? 2 5/8. Okay, got it.
The long one.
Yep. That one. Can we see it? It's that one right there. Okay, you should have 2 pieces like that. Okay, phew. Survived that one. You can tell I love 5/8 cuts. Love it. Okay, let's bring in all our card 3 pieces, shall we? We have this stamped piece, which is so nice that it's already done. 3G. You need best wishes. Sorry, some things are gonna be off screen just while I collect it all over here. We need all this stuff here. We need 3A. D, 3C. Oh, that one's already there. Was that it? That might be it. Oh, no, that's 4. Okay, do I have it all? Do I have it all? I think I do. Okay, let's bring in our slimline card. Okay, my little mountain is on the inside. I feel like, oh, yeah, I had 2. And we're folding the mountain on the inside of our card. We're going to put down 3A first. Okay. That goes down. Let me get my instructions. That is 3A. Now we have one of these is 3B. Doesn't really matter, whichever one you want at the top. Kind of like this one. So let's put that one down next. And we're just going to center that at the top of our card. And we have about 1/4 inch on all sides. Okay, 3A. And then, or was that 3B? Yeah, that was 3B. Now this is 3C. And 3C goes about 1/8 inch down. Okay. Then we have 3D that goes on top of 3C. Just layering. So good there. And then we're going to put 3E, which is this piece left over. Our stenciled piece. Big wows with the stencil piece, yeah?
It's like you can see the comments.
Oh,
And
is that what
Geimer
they're
just
saying?
commented and said, I walked away for 10 minutes and then wow in all caps. So literally a big wow. That stencil in those colors is amazing. It's like you're reading along with the comments as you're crafting up there.
I'm
How are
that
you
good.
doing that, Monica?
I am that good. Okay, I'm just moving that a little more centered there. Okay, there. All right, so we've got those pieces down. Now let's do 3F. Yeah, this is some boldness, right? Beautiful. Bold and the beautiful. Thanks for laughing at my dumb joke.
The bold royal papaya.
Okay, now we're doing this piece, which is 3G. It's your day stamped piece. Okay, now we're going to add 3D foam tape to the sentiment Best Wishes.
The second joke I thought of when Cassidy asked me for a joke earlier is one that my mom told. The guy goes into a bar. It's always a bar. I don't know why. It should be like a library or something. The guy goes into a library, and he's got a newt on his shoulder. And the librarian says, "Oh, what an interesting pet. What's your pet's name?" And he says, "It's Tiny." She says, "Well, that's an interesting name for a newt. Why did you name him Tiny?" He said, "Because he's my newt." On that
I
note,
don't really know what a newt is, though. Do you, Brian? What
it's
exactly is
it's
a newt?
like a salamander. It's
Oh,
a amphibious
I thought it
creature.
was a made-up Halloween thing that you throw into witches,
No,
cauldrons.
no, it's like related to a
It's
salamander.
a really thing.
It's a real thing.
Oh.
In fact, I was at a scout camp where they were catching. I was told they were newts. They were catching newts in the lake while we were
Is this
canoeing.
like a snipe?
No, it's real.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Newts are real. Birds aren't real, but newts are real.
Birds are.
You heard the birds aren't real. Never mind.
Yes. My daughter
Um,
has a shirt that says that.
Okay, well, put that one aside for a
Malia.
minute. We're gonna stay on newts. Newts are
Malia.
real. I was at scout camp in Oregon. I was the youngest of the scouts. My older brothers were there. I was in a canoe with another scout whose older brother was also there. And next thing I know, we're out just paddling around on this lake. Next thing I know, there are newts flying at us from my older brother's canoe. He was throwing newts across the lake, and one landed on the bench right in front of me, and it startled me so bad. I stood up, and it was like one of those times where you don't hear what's going on around you. And no, they're like 5-6 inches, 4 or 5 inches. I don't know. They're little, but it was like everything went quiet all around me, and then after 2 or 3 whistles, I hear the lifeguard saying, "Sit down in the canoe." Anyway, that's my newt
It was
story.
scarring.
I have
It
a
was
gecko
scarring.
story for you. Speaking of lizards
What are
and
geckos? Are those real?
fictitious newts.
Stop it.
Yes, they are, but newts are not, Brian. Someone has fooled you. When my parents moved to Hawaii, I'd been married for just over a year, and so I never got to live there, but we visited them a lot. And the first time we were in Hawaii, we were sitting at the table for breakfast. I look over on their wall, and there is a green lizard crawling up the wall, and I screamed, like, "What the heck? There is a lizard in your house." And they're like, "No, no, no, no. You don't understand. You want them in your house. They eat all the bugs." And I'm like, "Yeah, but there's geckos in your house. That's like a good thing. And it's supposed to be good luck too, I guess, if you have geckos in your house." So I was like, "All right, whatever you say." But it did freak me out the whole time we were there, thinking that everywhere I walked or sat down, what if I sat on a gecko? I don't know. That's true. Much better. Ashley said that's better than a scorpion. Oh, Monica, good job.
Plus, they probably saved
I
a
didn't
whole
wanna
bunch on their
interrupt
car
the
And
insurance.
dancing.
We are done with a card. Hooray! The crowd goes wild. It's so beautiful.
Sorry to distract from your beautiful creation with
No,
our
no, no. Everybody was
stories
listening
here,
and
Monica.
crafting. That's what happens. All right. Whew. We are on card. I can't even use my words. Card number 4. The last card of this workshop. Yay. Okay. We are going to get a standard size card. Oh, wait. I'm going to stencil first. We're going to stencil. So we need 4A. 4A. Has to be. Hold on. Hold the phone.
So after my tiny story, I wanted to ask people to share their pet names in the comments.
It is 4A.
Anybody want to throw in your pet names? I had an Australian Shepherd growing up named Cookie.
We didn't have pets. I had my sisters.
Really? None?
No, we didn't have pets. I have a pet now. but I didn't have a pet then.
Kenai doesn't count.
Kenai. Kenai. He is so special.
Yeah, he's a newt. That's awesome. That's
He's
what
such a
Ashley just
newt.
said. That is what a newt is. It's true. They're real.
All right. Before we get off on all the tangents, let me give you some instruction. So I put some adhesive on the back of this one. I'm just going to stick that down so it doesn't move. We're looking to make a papaya stripe, but we're going to do some masking too. Okay. So we're going to cut this piece at the end to 1.5 inches. So it really doesn't. Okay. So we want 2 stripes of the skinny stripes, even though look, it's going to give me like 6 or 7 stripes. So we're not going to do the stenciling on all of them. We're going to mask some of them. Okay. And so I kind of want to center, like I want this stripe here, and I think I'm going to do this stripe here. So that's what I want. And I've got the skinny standard card size stencil. Now I'm going to place my stencil down with washi so it doesn't move. Remember I told you that? But I only have the skinny washi. I don't have thick washi. But I do have the thick. I hope I'm making some sense. I do have the thick masking tape that we sell. And I'm going to use that to mask. That's where the masking comes in great. To mask the pieces I don't want showing through. So remember I'm going to do this stripe. Do I want that stripe? It doesn't matter. Really, you can do it any way you want. Maybe I want this one. So I'm going to mask this one here. Sure. Got a good mask on that. And what masking allows me to do is so that when I ink this with the blending brush, I don't have ink on those open spots, okay? And you're seeing me add a little extra security because this is really meant for paper so that it doesn't rip your paper. But I need the thickness of it. Then the other stripe that I want to have is probably this one here. So let's go ahead and mask this center one. Okay, do you see what I'm doing there? Okay, so I'm masking that one, putting that down for security so it doesn't flip up. And then we're going to use the papaya ink. And I'm only going to do these 2 stripes right here. We're going to make a really beautiful multicolored plaid. So here is papaya. And we want it to be bold. Because that's what our papayas do. They are bold. So not only do you have all these different configurations, you could start masking and you've got even more, which is pretty awesome. And I'm pouncing off the side before I do my first swipe. I'm doing one slide motion, one direction, and then the other opposite direction. Instead of going back and forth, I don't want this wiggling and moving too much. I feel like I'm a stencil master now that I've been doing all of these. And it really is not hard. So don't let it intimidate you. You can also be a master of the stencil. I just love it when Karen laughs at my funny, dumb jokes.
I really want to raise.
In case you didn't know, I'm the boss, so that's why they kiss up.
We've been getting some good pet names in. A cat named Simon, a rabbit named Persephone, cats named Juanita, Pooh Bear, and Gracie, and a dog named Nate.
Not going to share the other cat name. That's my favorite one.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
A dog
You're
named
saving
Daisy
it for
Jane.
the finale.
I'm trying to do them in order that they came in. Did I skip one? Yeah. A chocolate point Burman cat named Tim Tam. She's Australian. Lola Ray, a beagle. A cat named Sifa cat.
Sipa cat.
Like C is for cat.
Gotcha.
C for cat. I think that's what it means.
I'm like Doja Cat. Isn't she an artist?
A black poodle named Kino, Peppy the poodle. Cats named Fluffernutter, Rocky, Dottie, and Grace. A dog named Butkus.
Oh my gosh.
2 cats, Monkey and Milo. This is some fun names. Thanks for sharing, everyone.
Okay, cleaning that off. We're going to use the same stencil again, so you just want to make sure it's clean, clean, clean. Let's see. Oops, we're going to use Royal this time. I had lunch, but now I'm hungry.
Dinner's waiting for you.
My dinner's waiting, my reward. Okay, card number 4. Okay, make sure it's dry all the way. Okay, let's bring back our stripe here. Now we're going to do another mask next to this one. So I'm going to do, let me see, trying to see where I want those purple lines. Do I want one? Yeah, I'm going to do this one here. And then put that one there. And then I think I'm going to slide it down to make it closer to this one. So we're only going to do this one right here. Okay. So let's go ahead and get that down. Remember, we're trying to make a multicolored plaid. That's the goal in the end. Let's get this here. Actually, I feel like that's too close. Hold on. They're like, you're picking now to be picky? Yep, I am. Okay, that's about where I want it, I think. Okay. We're gonna cover this one up. Some of my old washi to put that one down. Okay, we're gonna just do the royal, just that one stripe, that's it. Right here, this one. There we go. I know.
It's the we're all in awe of the royal stripe.
I know, it's so true. You're all holding your breath. Can you do it? I'm doing it.
I'm surprised you didn't have pets, Monica. We had a ton growing up. Especially my brother was way into all kinds of animals, and he was really creative with names. Well, he had rabbits at one point. He named one of the rabbits Zayats, which is Russian for rabbit. So not that creative, I guess. But he had finches. I can't remember, one of the finches was named Allegra, but I can't remember the other one.
Allegra.
I don't know, just because it was a bird, I guess. We had a cat that was named Chance because we just found it by chance, you know. Classic. That's what.
I mean, I've had dogs now that I've been married and had children of my own.
And I'm the opposite because my wife didn't grow up with pets. She kind of grew up in an anti-pet household, and so we haven't had pets, which I'm fine with. Because,
I was
like
in
you
an
said, the
anti-pet
kids are in that.
household, and then I wound up having pets. So You just never know.
That's what I keep telling myself is after the kids are out of the house, things will change. Maybe.
I grew up in a pet household, so did my husband, and we've had pets our whole marriage. But now that our kids are gone and the last of our pets, got old and graduated from this life, I am fine not having any more. Not because I didn't love them, but when you start getting like the freedom of, hey, let's just go out of town this weekend. There's no kids to worry about, and I don't want to have to worry about now what do I do with the dog or the cat or is that really selfish?
No.
Probably.
I lied. I forgot we have 2 goldfish. My daughter got them from like her science teacher at the end of the last school year. And then she got a free fish bowl from a friend. And anyway, they're named Bart and Charles, named by my ninth grade daughter. So
Okay, I got to tell you guys about a cool pet. Last year, a little over a year ago, we were on our family trip, and we had a girls' night where all the adult girls went shopping and to dinner. And it's right before my granddaughter's birthday. And so I haven't gotten her birthday present yet. And I was like, okay, Daisha, tell me if we see anything that you think Sage would like. Well, we're shopping in this like high-end home decor gifts shop. And there's this little tiny baby aquarium that's maybe like 6 inches by 4 inches, teensy. And there's these little frogs in it that swim under the water. They live under the water and they don't get bigger. They're called some kind of an African spotted frog. You also don't have to change the water ever. They clean it somehow by what they do in there. And they eat these tiny little pellets, and you buy a bag of these pellets like they're like the size of a pinhead. And you just have to drop one in there each day, and you buy a bag for $5 that lasts like a year. So Daisha's like, that's it. Sage has always wanted a pet, and my son is really, really allergic. And so to anything with fur, even all the pets that people say are hypoallergenic, no, they are not for him. And so that is what I got Sage, and you would have thought I gave her $1 million. And I wondered, is it really true, all the stuff it says about them, like they're really hardy animals that don't die easily? And it's now been, her birthday's the beginning of August, so a year and a couple months now. Those little froggies are thriving, and it's all true. Like their aquarium is clean. They still have the same bag of food that I bought her 2 so that they could have a friend.
Awesome.
Anyway, they're the cutest little things.
Okay, before we keep going on more stories, I'm going to tell you what the next step is. We've got this stencil. I'm going to get some of those little frogs. They sound adorable. We got this stencil, and we just did it this way. Now we're going to flip the stencil to make the plaid, and we're going to do evergreen, and we're going to do 2 lines in the same way, the masking way, okay? So I'm just trying to figure out where I want my spacing of my evergreen lines, and that looks good to me. So let me tell you which ones. Oh man, I've got quite the washi mess over here, so I'm gonna do new. This is why you saved all that washi all those years ago for these kinds of projects. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same masking technique. Let's go ahead. We're gonna use this one here for evergreen, so I'm gonna cover this one up. This one right here. Put down there. Okay, that was a little dramatic. I didn't have to use that whole piece, but that's okay. Oh, I lost the beginnings of my. There we go. Okay. Which one? Okay. Make sure, yeah. It's just a little bit of the plastic. Okay. Yeah.
it's really hard to tell which layer is which when you're just looking at it through the camera.
I know, but then you do it and then you just go, that's so cool. Just make sure that one's not. There. Okay. Then the other green line I'm going to have is this one right here. So I'm going to cover that one up. Doing evergreen. Okay.
I'm just still thinking about my brother's pets. He has a cat now whose name is Kablooey Blammo.
Did
The
he like
cat-
comic strips when he was
I don't
growing
know.
up?
No, it's just his cat's name is Kablooey. His previous cat was named Bagel. Yeah.
Sage named her little frogs Ro and Joe.
Okay, you guys ready? We're just doing two. Here we go. And we're doing the skinny stripe. So this is the third time we've used this stencil. We did it in papaya, done it in royal. Now evergreen. This is the longest workshop, it feels like, but it's beautiful. Okay. Let's do the stripe. Here we go. Okay. Feeling good about that color saturation. Whew. Okay. Take that off. That away. Look how pretty. It's coming together. Okay. Let's move this out of the way. Clean our stencil. Our workstation. You should see, look at my pouncing paper. It's quite the scene. Okay, that one can just air dry. Okay, now we're gonna do the thicker stripe. I'm gonna do that. Oh no, silly me. We got a toppy stripe, skinny stripe. Not done with the skinny, so let's dry it. You guys hanging on, holding on all right?
They're loving it. We just got another comment about how much they're loving it, watching it come together and the process of making it. So I think we've got some diehard fans out there.
You guys are diehards. All right, now we're gonna do the same thing, but this time we're gonna do toffee. And again, I think I'm gonna have to do it as two separate. Well, let's see, maybe not. Maybe not. I think that is gonna work, actually. Okay. I don't know why I have the Beatles stuck in my head, playing over and over.
What Beatles song do you have stuck in your
Come
head?
together.
Oh, funny. Yeah, watching it all come together.
Come together right now. And that's all you're getting from me.
I recently learned that the lyrics for the first verse were borrowed from a Chuck Berry song.
Really?
Here come old flat top, he come grooving up slowly. It's a Chuck Berry song. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah. So anyway, something I learned. I've been listening to a podcast about the history of rock and roll. It's been pretty interesting.
Ryan, who are your favorite rock and roll bands? We kind of had this conversation earlier.
With
Oh.
pass.
How can I even pick favorites? I mean, I love the Beatles. I'm really
What era of music is your favorite?
all era. I don't
Really?
know.
Are you-
I
you're a
mean,
huge
up
music
until
fan?
the probably. I'm not huge into a lot of 2000 acts, but
Neither is Brian this time.
90s, 80s, 70s. I'm into a lot of those. I mean, some of those. I
Okay,
should
top
say.
top 2 or 3.
Okay, like
favorite.
my top band of all is called the Counting Crows. I'm sure you've heard
Yeah.
of them. They've kind of had one or two big hits, but I've been really into their music for a long time. There's a newer band
I would
called
never guess that about you, Brian.
Really? Oh man. I love the sound. Anyway, there's another kind of newer group called Jukebox the Ghost that I've gotten into.
I
They're
don't know that one.
they're pretty fun. They're not big, but they've got some good hits that are, I don't even know if they get any radio play. Like, what's the equivalent of radio play these days?
I don't
They're
know.
like the newest group that I probably
Streams?
listen to.
Yeah, how many downloads or something?
Yeah, right. They've got their following. Hey, I've got a fellow Counting Crows fan in there. Love
Hey.
Coldplay. You know, they're a great band. I love their music. I was really into Led Zeppelin.
Wow. You learn something new every day. So, do you like other genres of music besides rock?
Yeah. I've got several jazz albums. Not super into country, but there's some country that I've enjoyed. You know, I like listening to like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr.
Rap.
Not a lot of rap. There's some bands that kind of are on the border of rap. I'm trying to think of what. I can't think of, you know. I'm not like
R&B? Do you
I'm
like
not
R&B?
against rap. Again, I'm not against R&B. There's not a lot of it in my.
I
Um,
love R&B.
Does
That's my
Tower of
husband's
Power
love
count as
language.
R&B?
Seriously.
Say that again.
Does
Is it-
Tower of Power count as R&B?
No.
I think they're kind of, you know, funk, soul,
We saw
R&B.
People Bryson recently, and that was awesome.
You saw
bet
who?
Jody
People
loves that,
Bryson?
and
Oh
he's
my
a big
gosh, we were
R&B
front
fan.
row. He gave me a rose.
Oh, that's so fun.
I know. It was
I
like
would
he
love
was
to see
singing
Smokey
just for me.
Robinson. Have you guys ever seen Smokey Robinson? I bet your husband likes him.
Oh, he does, yeah. Jody sings like Peebo and Luther Vandross and Stevie Wonder.
I
and
love Luther.
so he's way R&B dude.
But I also really love country, and I didn't love it growing up. My dad was a big country fan, but it has grown on me, and now I think I listen to country more than anything anymore. Crazy how we change as
Do
we
you love it
get
so
older.
far? I love it so far.
Yes, it's
Okay,
gorgeous.
let's clean. Clean. We have two more stencils to do, and then we can build our last card. This was a marathon. Oh, good. Yeah, I think you're right. And then we have one more day of the fun National Stamping Month extravaganza. Okay, now it can truly air dry because we're not using skinny anymore. We're using the thick. Okay, we're going to use Sage ink with the thick stripe, standard card size. And let's do it this direction. So I want a big stripe here in the middle. That's what I'm shooting for. One here and one here. So we're not going to do any masking on this one. Let me just make sure I've covered up that papaya stripe. Well, it doesn't really matter because it's supposed to like overlap anyway. I just want it, I'm looking to fill in that center gap right there. Holy masking tape fiasco next to me. It's like a masking tape Armageddon happening over here. Don't show the camera. Don't do it, Ash. Don't do it. Don't show it. I'm not even kidding. Brian. Brian. Brian's your actual boss. He's the one who said it, not me. Oh. Please don't. Okay, sage. Here we go. Bring back the sage. And this is really light. Okay. It's going to be so pretty when we're done. It already looks so good. wish that my watch would count my standing hours. Like, why is it not counting that?
You do burn more calories standing than sitting, even though if you're not moving, it's not a lot more, but it's still more.
It keeps telling me to stand up.
Maybe you need to move your watch to your right arm. That's the one that's doing all the
Well,
brushing.
that's true.
You'd get a pretty good step count, I think, with all the brushing motions you're doing there. Or maybe do the next one with your left hand. See what happens.
No. No, I won't. Okay, I feel like we're good. It's meant to be a light color anyway. Okay, sage is done. Check. Okay, next we're going to be doing peach. Oh, you guys, I'm in love with this. It's so pretty. So pretty. Okay. That. I still have a wet wipe here. This needs to be cleaned well because we're using peach. We're going to go the opposite direction of what we did the sage. Okay. Let's dry. This Versamat has to be the cleanest Versamat in the history of Versamat. We get so much use out of these. Like, seriously, so much use. It is a staple. Okay. Feels dry. Bring back our piece, our final stenciling for today. We are doing a peach line. Let's see, where do I want it to be? That looks pretty good to me. That's where I want it. Okay. Oops, did you see that? I shifted it. Okay, there's no masking. We're just going straight on. Let's do it. Peach. I've given up on my paper and I'm doing it on the Versamat. Okay. Layer, layer, layer. I feel great about that. Okay. We are done stenciling this beauty. What do you think? Do you like it? Hope so. That was a labor of love for me. Okie dokie. Clean our little workstation. And bring in our card pieces. And our stencil. What'd you say? Left hand. Like, yeah, it's weird. Like, it just doesn't feel right. I want to go faster, not slower. Okay. Here's, oh, I need to cut, so we need our paper trimmer. And we are cutting this to 1.5 inches. that finished piece into 2 4 1/4 by 1 1/2. Oh, I'm like, why is it sticking? Because I had adhesive on the back of it instead of washi. So let me get that off. I have the rub and remove tool eraser. Washi was better. I should have stuck with washi.
Stuck with washi. Good one.
So funny. Okay, guys, let's bring in our card. Here's the card we're going to be making. So fun. And let me bring in all the pieces. Okay. We have the pennants. We've got for F. E, G. D. For G. I think I need that too, but I don't see writing on the back of that. Do I have all of the things? We need our hello, which is already done. Woo woo! Just a little note to say hello.
How about a peach banner?
Peach banner. Yep, I'm still pulling them in. Okay. These two, yeah, okay. Let's move all this over here. Bring in our card base. We're going to fold that little mountain inside with the valley on the outside. We're going to bring in for A, and we're going to adhere that to the top. Came out so good, right, you guys? Okay. Get our adhesive. Top my card. Then we're going to add for B. Sorry, I know I'm off screen, but I'm putting adhesive on the all-purpose mat. Doing it there because it's a skinny piece. Then we're going to do 4C. And literally there's like 1/16 of an inch showing. Okay, which one's 4D is this piece. Sage. It's so cold in the studio. Poor Ashley is a popsicle. I can hear her sniffling from the
Her
cold.
teeth are chattering. I can hear them from here.
That was me yesterday after everybody left. Okay. Then we're going to add Royal for E. And that's going to overlap both of those guys. Center. Then for F, we're on the home stretch. And then we have a giveaway, so don't hang up yet.
Don't touch that dial.
Don't touch that dial. Okay, we're adding that. To
That's from Greece too.
Oh yeah.
I think that's from beyond Greece. That's not just a Greece thing.
I don't
We
know.
took
What's
it
the
as a
guy's name that
reference.
that hosts the dance show on there? That says that? I feel
Somebody's
like
gonna tell you.
he made it up, and then everyone else just followed.
That's not. All I can think of is Corny Collins, but I think that's a different movie.
No,
That's-
that's him.
Is that it?
That's it, isn't it, Monica?
I thought that's from Hairspray.
Oh, it
yeah.
is from Hairspray.
See, I got
And
it.
maybe that's what I'm thinking of, the Hairspray one. It is. I'm thinking of that, and he said that in there
That
all
was
the time.
like, I think that was a ubiquitous television phrase from
Probably.
that era. I don't know that. I wasn't alive in that era.
Well, I was. So I win.
You have more authority.
I'll just pretend that I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, and then we're adding this last piece. Oh, dang. because it didn't have writing on it. Hold on. You can take it off with the rubber remove, or I have another one. I think the writing got cut off when you dovetailed that one. Yeah, because look at the writing's right there on the edge.
I tried to put it in the middle, but I must have not remembered.
There we go. Okay. I mean, literally perfect, all of it. So I'm not complaining one iota. Okay, we're going to add just a little note to say, actually, let's add hello. And hello is 3D foam taped up. When I said that way, it reminded me of a grease line again.
Really?
I'm gonna have to go see grease again.
Wait, which line? I don't.
Well, because I said hello, and then they were like, "How low can you go?" At the dance where they did the limbo.
Yes.
Yeah. Why do I know so much about grease? It's so
Well,
crazy.
I know so much about Grease because I loved it as a kid and did not get any of the double entendres at that point. And then my daughter-in-law, and that's why I got Grease and Hairspray mixed up, because she graduated in music dance theater and did quite a bit of professional singing, acting, dancing, all of that. And she played Cha-Cha in Grease, and in Hairspray she played a little bit more minor character, but so they're like one in my mind because I've seen them both a million times with her in them.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the flower. Ooh, you guys, we did it. Okay. There you go. Just a little note to say hello. Card number 4. Woohoo! Good job, everybody. We did it. Okay, let's do our giveaway. Yay! Wow, the Gnomes for Autumn paper packet and sticker sheet is yours to the following winners. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you for participating and following along and commenting and sharing and liking this video, this Facebook Live. It's a free event. It's so cool. And we're giving away this Gnome for Autumn paper packet and sticker sheet. And if you are a maker, it'll just be an option to add to your next order. But if you're a customer, you need to email CTMH office at closetobyheart.com and we will get it out to you. So let us know you're the winner and we will make sure you get that. Okay, we are finished. Thank you so much for watching. That was so fun. This was day 3 of our national stamping event, Say It With Style, and this was workshop. What was it called? All the best wishes. All the best wishes we do wish for you. Tomorrow is our final day, day 4. Karen, can we do this?
We can do it.
We can do it. You got it. You
Now
go,
that
girl.
makes me
right?
think of a
Is that
movie
you
line.
go,
You
girl.
can do it.
We can do it.
What is that one from? I think the water.
Water boy. Okay. So we have tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Time our final workshop of this amazing event, 4-day event. Big thank you to Cassidy, who helped us with comments earlier, and of course Brian Brown now, who's been helping us this evening, and Ashley, who's always here behind the camera doing a great job. Thanks, Ash. Okay, everyone, we'll see you tomorrow. God bless. See you later.